Okay, good mornings, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to the 11th Trilateral Symposium on strengthening manufacturing capacities to respond to the global NCD disease burden. Just a few housekeeping announcements. The DG opening remarks and keynote address will be followed by 3 sessions discussing the facts and the latest developments regarding the global NCD disease burden, coordinating local and regional manufacturing, and the way forward regarding the promotion of innovation and access. In each of those sessions, we will allow for time to take questions from the floor, and so you're therefore cordially invited to take an active part in this discussion. When you need to stretch your legs or leave the room, please bear in mind that this session is actually live streamed on YouTube. And finally, the recording, together with other relevant material of this session, will be made available on the event page. I now have the pleasure to welcome Directors General Dr. Ngozi and Mr. Darren Tang from the World Intellectual Property Organization. Unfortunately, WHO Director General Dr. Tedros is not available to join us today because he's traveling. But we are grateful for Dr. Yukiko Nakatani, Assistant Director General, who has kindly agreed to represent Dr. Tedros on this opening panel. On past occasions, the heads of agencies have made opening remarks, and we also do this on this occasion. So I now invite Dr. Ngozi to take the floor, followed by Mr. Tang and Dr. Nakatani. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. And it's my pleasure to welcome all of you to this 11th Trilateral. Dear Darren, you kick on behalf of Tedros and all our colleagues from WIPO and WHO and WTO who prepared this meeting, all the team. I want to start by thanking all of you because without your hard work, we would not be here. I want to say a special welcome to our keynote speaker, Sir Jeremy Farrar, who is hiding over there, whom I've known for a long time. I didn't even see you, Jeremy. Such a pleasure. Welcome, and we're happy to have you here. Non-communicable diseases account for the bulk of the global disease burden. 74% of all deaths globally, the majority in low and middle-income countries. It's anticipated that the number of such deaths will rise from 41 million per year today to 52 million in 2030. So it's appropriate that we are focusing on this issue today because NCDs are having a major impact on people's health and on their health and lives, as well as on wider economies and societies. So permit me to take a few minutes, 10 minutes, to speak to you about it as we see it from the WTO perspective. Despite the urgent need to promote innovation and equitable access to NCD prevention, detection, and treatment technologies, the fact is that these diseases have not been at the top of the priority list. Only a small fraction of funding from global health institutions has been allocated to NCDs. Many existing technologies to prevent and control NCDs remain unavailable or unaffordable in low and middle-income countries. It's not that NCDs have been ignored by the global public health community. No, not at all. That's not what I'm saying. Over the past decade, various UN declarations, a WHO high-level commission, global action plan, and government-led initiatives have sought to address NCD prevention and control. The Sustainable Development Goals recognize the challenge presented by NCDs and call for a reduction of mortality from NCDs by 1/3 by 2030. But the fact is we are not on track to achieve these goals. Some of that inattention is perhaps understandable. After all, just as NCDs had begun to gain traction as a policy priority, a novel strain of coronavirus came to light exactly 5 years ago this month, shifting the world's focus back to infectious diseases. Nevertheless, NCDs remain a global health challenge, one that some fear could spiral out of control. At the same time, the landscape is changing. New blockbuster drugs are revolutionizing the treatment of diabetes, obesity, and other NCDs. Personalized medicines for cancer treatment offer enormous potential, but raise even bigger questions around global access and affordability. This is the backdrop for today's symposium. Our speakers will explore how health, trade, and intellectual property policies can contribute, and in fact need to contribute, to reducing the global NCD disease burden. Specifically, they'll focus on lessons learned during the COVID-19 pandemic about the need to strengthen and diversify manufacturing and innovative capacities across countries and regions. Let's take a moment to think back to a few key takeaways from the COVID response as it relates to the intersection of our three institutions, WIPO, WHO, and WTO. First, open trade is necessary for scaling up the production and diffusion of countermeasures. Second, swift and collaborative understandings around intellectual property are preferable for maximizing both innovation and access. And third, over-concentration in manufacturing and innovative capacity becomes a vulnerability when a crisis hits. Today, we are looking at how these lessons might apply to the NCD context. In June 2022, when WTO members adopted their ministerial declaration on COVID-19 response and preparedness for future pandemics, they recognized that strengthening productive, scientific, and technological capacity across the world would also be instrumental for developing solutions to public health crises beyond COVID-19. Ongoing work in WTO bodies to analyze lessons and challenges from the COVID-19 pandemic is yielding insights that will help build effective solutions to the looming NCD crisis. Let's look at five of these lessons. First, diversifying medical manufacturing capacity, a major element of pandemic preparedness, would also help respond to the global NCD disease burden. All of us remember how poor countries were pushed to the back of the queue for COVID-19 vaccines. Less well known is the fact that pandemic-related disruptions severely curtailed and even cut off access to NCD treatments in low and middle-income countries. Patients living with cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer, and mental health conditions were left in the lurch. WHO surveys indicate that 31% of low-income countries reported NCD medicine unavailability or stockouts in 2020, a figure that rose to 41% in 2021. Resilient supply chains and sustainable regional manufacturing can help avoid such shortages in the future, whilst bringing prices down through enhanced competition. Second, just as pre-pandemic vaccine production was highly concentrated in a few countries, 80% of global exports came from only 10 economies. Exports of NCD treatments are highly concentrated. For example, India and the EU and the US dominate exports of human insulin commonly used to treat diabetes in low and middle income countries. As major supplying firms switch to more lucrative products, concentration at the corporate level is also getting worse. A silver lining here is the opportunities for new companies and countries to enter the market for NCD medicines, bolstering supplies and access. But this can only happen if trade remains open and predictable. A third lesson from the COVID-19 pandemic is that if efforts to diversify manufacturing capacities for NCDs are going to be sustainable over the long term, they need sustained and predictable demand. In other words, diversification must go hand in hand with steps to ensure demand. Pooled procurement of medical products, as 6 African small island states are currently doing with WHO support, is one option to ensure demand for production from new NCD countermeasures manufacturing facilities. A fourth set of insights revolve around the importance of transparency and coordination for new manufacturing initiatives. Many such initiatives have been launched since the COVID-19 pandemic, but we know little about whether they are coordinated to complement each other. In a similar vein, there's not enough transparency with regard to what is being done to strengthen manufacturing. We have asked our panelists today to discuss what kinds of additional steps and coordinating mechanisms could be put in place and how our 3 agencies could help. And finally, to tackle the global NCD disease burden effectively, innovation, not just manufacturing, needs to happen in more countries. That's the fifth lesson. Spreading innovative activities would make regional manufacturing more sustainable and support the development of technologies better tailored to the needs of patients in a particular region. Diversifying innovation requires the sharing of technology and know-how. Ideally, this should be done through voluntary collaboration, licenses, and so forth. But where this does not materialize, governments have at their disposal a wide range of flexibilities under WTO rules to financially support research and to use strict flexibilities, including compulsory licensing, to pursue equitable access. Across all five of these areas, the pandemic experience underscored the importance of open and predictable trade for enabling access to medical products. During the most acute phase of the pandemic, global trade in pharmaceutical products boomed, growing by more than 30% from $664 billion in 2019 to $868 billion in 2021. By 2023, it reached $904 billion, almost $1 trillion. New regional value chains will not be able to develop unless inputs and final products can move around smoothly. Trade facilitating measures and streamlined regulatory procedures have key roles to play here, as does the intellectual property system in supporting research and innovation, as well as related technology transfer. Better data would help as well. The pandemic revealed we were poorly equipped to monitor medical trade flows at the most granular level. The WTO, WHO, and the World Customs Organization have responded by working together to create highly detailed customs codes for vaccines. In addition, the WTO has a plurilateral agreement on trade in pharmaceutical products. I'm not sure how many people know this, in which participating members eliminate tariffs on an MFN basis on finished pharmaceutical products, as well as around 7,000 active ingredients and chemical inputs. Non-participating members should consider joining that initiative to signal their intent to participate in more diversified pharmaceutical supply chains. Well, we should acknowledge here that trade can contribute to the rise of certain NCDs as well. I know if I don't say it, someone will. For instance, tariff reductions on fatty meats, tobacco, and alcohol could lower prices and thus potentially encourage obesity, diabetes, and cardiovascular diseases. But as is often the case, trade and the WTO are part of the solution as well. WTO rules and exceptions offer members a solid basis to design and apply measures that promote public health objectives whilst maximizing negative impacts on trade. Whilst minimizing, negative impacts on trade. Australia's plain packaging rules for tobacco control have been affirmed by the WTO's dispute settlement system. A tax on all sugary beverages, both foreign and domestic, would disincentivize consumption more effectively than a tariff that applies only to imports. Friends, let me now conclude. Even as we work to better respond to future pandemics, if we are serious about improving people's lives, we also need to step up on NCDs. So alongside government efforts to bring the WHO pandemic treaty negotiations to a swift conclusion, I encourage the public and private sectors to work together to build out the manufacturing and innovation capacities necessary to reduce the NCD burden everywhere. Here at the WTO, together with our partners at WHO and WIPO, we stand ready to support your efforts to better prevent, control, and treat NCDs. During the pandemic, we deepened our ties not just with each other, but with the private sector, NGOs, and foundations. We hope to keep strengthening these partnerships to deliver on NCDs. Thank you, and looking forward to the rest of the discussion.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed Director General Dr. Nokoji, the Director General Dalentam, and the dear colleagues, partners, and dear friends. So on behalf of the Director General, Dr. Tedros, unfortunately cannot be with us today, I'd like to make remarks. So our gathering today underscored the critical intersection of the health, intellectual property, and trade in addressing the pressing the challenge of our time, the growing the burden of the non-communicable diseases, NCDs. NCDs, including the cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, and the chronic respiratory diseases, are responsible for the 75% of the non-pandemic related deaths globally, killing the 41 million people each year. This burden is not only a health issue, but a significant socio-economic challenges that threatens the development and the well-being of societies, communities, and individuals worldwide. The economic impact of NCDs is profound, with costs associated with healthcare, lost productivity, and premature death. The impact is particularly severe in low and middle income countries, where 86% of the premature deaths occur, and the health systems are often ill-equipped to manage the rising tide of chronic diseases. We come together to define the much-needed solutions to be an acceptable and equity of the access, availability, and affordability of essential health technologies across the globe in responding to the NCD's burden. Access to the affordable, quality-assured health technologies is a cornerstone of the universal health coverage and the fundamental human rights. Yet millions of the people living with NCDs did not receive the essential treatment they need due to high costs, limited availability, and inequitable distribution. As we look ahead to the fourth high-level meeting at the UN General Assembly on the prevention and control of the NCDs 2025, we have the pivotal opportunity to adapt a new, ambitious, and achievable framework to accelerate the global NCD response grounded in evidence and the human rights. WHO member states are working under the weight of the financial hardship associated with out-of-pocket costs of the health technologies, which impede the progress towards achieving the universal health coverage. Because of this, member states have requested us to respond by examining pricing approach, improve the transparency of market along the value chains, their impact on the availability and affordability of the health technologies. So let me highlight the recent activities WHO have responded together with partners. First, releasing the comprehensive technical report addressing the high prices of cancer medicines impacting all countries alike with low availability, affordability, and impairing the sustainability of health systems, adding the financial pressures. Second, last year, the three DGs agreed that Trilateral cooperation should address these challenges by intensifying the activities to provide tailored support and information to members, including joint technical seminars for the delegates handling health, trade, and intellectual property issues. And this is also to improve access to the essential treatment, diagnostics, and other health technologies for NCDs. And the third, we have also agreed to actively support the member states fully implement the wide range of available options to secure timely and equitable access to the health technologies. And the last, in addition, WHO has collaborated with the UNDP, UNITAID, UNAIDS, and other UN agencies on the recommendations for the improvement of the relevant intellectual property our competition laws and policies. This will further strengthen member states to take measures necessary to protect public health, to promote public interest, and to prevent abuses of the monopoly positions. But there is still much to be done. Innovation in health technologies is crucial for tackling NCDs. I'm so happy to see that Dr. Jeremy Farrar, my colleague, the chief scientist, to provide in the keynote speech after the opening. Thank you very much for joining this symposium today. So he's leading of the innovation and the researches in WHO. So we need to foster an environment that encourages research and development while ensuring that the new treatment remain accessible and affordable for all. Furthermore, we must jointly strengthen local and regional manufacturing capacities to ensure a reliable supply and essential health product for NCDs. Sharing know-how and licensing will be needed to achieve these objectives. WHO has established the Health Technology Access Program, we call the HTAP, and the mRNA program during the COVID the pandemic to fulfill the role of the multilateral mechanism aimed to promote voluntary technology transfer, development, and production. This requires coordinated action among the governments, international organizations, and the private sector and the civil society. This Trilateral Symposium is another opportunity to put together all the relevant actors to discuss about the innovative solutions towards achieving the universal health coverage and sustainable development goals in health. Collaboration is key. We, trilateral organizations and all collaborating partners, must continue to work together, strengthen dialogue, leverage our complementary mandates in health, intellectual property, and trade to promote policy coherence to address the urgent challenges of the NCDs. So I thank you. I hope we have the productive discussion today. Thank you.
DG Ngozi of the World Trade Organization, ADG Nakatani of the World Health Organization, Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear friends. It is said that invention is a solo sport, but innovation is a team sport, and the same can be said of our work here in Geneva. That's why I'm very honored today that we can meet here and be hosted by my sister, Dr. Ngozi, as well as ADG Nakatani, to continue this cross-agency approach to addressing complex but important issues around health, innovation, and trade. Let me take this opportunity to embarrass Dr. Ngozi a little bit on her successful reappointment for a second term. The work of the World Trade Organization, I say this as an ex-trade lawyer, trade negotiator, the work of the World Trade Organization is critical to global trade, to the global economy, and to global peace. And I can think of no other better person than you, Dr. Ngozi, to take on this Herculean task. Congratulations again. Also want to give a shout out to my fellow Singaporean, Sir Jeremy Farrar. I count him as fellow Singaporean because not many of you may know that he was born in Singapore and he grew up in Singapore. So he's an honorary Singaporean. Thank you, Jeremy, for being here with us, and we look forward to your keynote address as you bring us to today's and open today's discussions. In previous trilaterals, we have focused on various topics of great impact in the world, and today our attention turns to non-communicable diseases or NCDs. Both DG Ngozi and ADG Nakatani have spoken very eloquently and in great detail about this subject. But one of the things that I was quite surprised was that 80 lives are lost to an NCD each minute, vast majority not in developed economies, but in low and middle income countries. This is not a rich country problem anymore. This is a global problem. And without urgent action, the chronic NCD burden will rise by 40% by the end of the decade. This will affect our ability to meet the SDGs 2030 as well. And yet, as the both of them have mentioned, NCDs are rarely at the top of policy and healthcare agendas. Of course, I understand because the focus has been on pandemics, but this has been a silent storm that's been brewing. And so we really need to pay attention to this. And I think that innovation backed by IP, coupled with health and trade, can help. And I would say that my note of optimism is that we see new emerging solutions offering some hope. There are new treatments that promise effective and personalized care. Advances in medical technologies such as wearable devices and other medtech can transform early detection and diagnosis, saving lives and cutting costs. And the rise in the application of digital technologies to healthcare in transforming all these areas. Healthcare related mobile apps and telemedicine are making it easier for people to access medical advice remotely, keep to treatment plans, and manage conditions from home. Now, the key challenge here, though, is to make sure that these innovations go to the ground, to the grassroots, and help create real impact, especially in developing countries. WIPO, like the WTO and WHO, is stepping up our efforts in all these areas. We are creating a center of excellence for medical manufacturing, which we hope will complement the efforts in the WHO and in many other agencies. We have just joined the Regional Vaccine Manufacturing Collective, a movement cutting across all agencies, including Gavi, SAPI, and others, and MPP, to help bring vaccine manufacturing to some key countries. We're working with industry groups, including the IFPMA, on microbial resistance, and we're trying to find very concrete things to do across the whole of Geneva, around the world as well. But my belief is that one key long-term solution in this area is really to help member states develop dynamic ecosystems, whether in trade, in health, and innovation, because this will help them to more effectively absorb technology that's being transferred or licensed, as well as to support the deployment and commercialization of homegrown innovations and solutions, because innovations in this area is not just coming from developed countries. We see more and more of these innovations coming from developing countries, and in fact, 80% of all IP found in the world today comes from Asia, Africa, and Latin America. And this ecosystem approach will also allow us allow those who are setting up local manufacturing capabilities to not just be a center of manufacturing, but to leverage on the tremendous investment in infrastructure, skills, and knowledge that this entails to themselves become centers of innovation. Let's not give people ingredients, but let us help them build kitchens. So we must not just help countries receive technology and know-how, we must help them become creators of technology and know-how. Achieving such an ambitious goal is a complex endeavor and requires collaboration across many different stakeholders. The Trilateral Cooperation is one such platform, but perhaps it needs to involve others as well. But you know, we do difficult things because they're difficult, to quote JFK. And complex problems require cross-cutting expertise and solutions. And that's why I'm very pleased that once again, the three agencies are coming today and giving us the opportunity to draw on our expertise, our networks, and our desire, right, through the Trilateral Technical Assistance Platform to strengthen you and member states, not just in local manufacturing capabilities, but in all the different things you need to do to make healthcare more accessible, more equitable. By working across us three agencies, we can also help today's issues feature prominently during the 4th high-level meeting on NCDs next September. In conclusion, partnerships and collaborations to deliver concrete, visible, and impactful outcomes has been and will continue to be a hallmark of our trilateral work. We welcome member states and all of our stakeholders for your support for this way of working, and we're grateful that our collaboration has become a powerful and influential example of cross-sectoral and interagency cooperation. And lastly, since we are at the year end, let me wish all of you happy holidays, take a good break, especially DG and Gozi. I think you've been working too hard, and to wish you all the very best as we move into 2025. Thank you very much.
Well, many thanks to Directors General Dr. Ngozi and Darren Tang for your sort of contributions, as well as Assistant Director General Dr. Nakatani. Those were thought-provoking and stimulating contributions, and I think this is a wonderful introduction into the symposium. We will now move to our keynote speaker, Jeremy Farrar. He's been already introduced by the DGs and ADG, but just to say, we are very pleased to have our the chief scientist of WHO joining us today, and he will share perspectives on insights on the growing NCD disease burden and the role of diversifying manufacturing capacities. And Jeremy, you will also tell us about the action we need to take so that we can address this disease burden in an effective manner. So thank you for being with us.
So thank you very, very much for the introductions, Excellencies, Director General Ngozi, Director General Darren Tang. Dr. Tedros would have dearly loved to have been here, but on behalf of Assistant Director General Yukiko, a very warm welcome to everybody, and it's a huge honor to join you this morning. Just also like to call out Dr. Guy Fongs, who's been so influential in preparing on from our side everything that's going on today. So Guy, thank you very, very much indeed. I'll hopefully pick up on a few of the themes that have already been mentioned, and I have to say I couldn't agree more with those three opening remarks, and perhaps also use the opportunity to broaden it, because I think we are on the cusp of an opportunity which, in this very, very uncertain world that we live in, it is sometimes difficult to see over the horizon to a more optimistic future. But that's what we must do. Because if you get into a cycle where it's almost, and I don't know if I speak for others here, but it's almost difficult to watch the news sometimes in the morning. And if it's difficult for those in my generation, I can promise you for those younger than some in this room, it's even harder. And the burden on that, of that anxiety, that fear for perhaps the first time in many decades, the future to some does not look as bright as the past. That is not a way through which we will make a better world. And I was fortunate enough during this week to be in Stockholm for the Nobel Prize ceremonies and for what was the Nobel Foundation's dialogue on Monday, which is all live streamed and is on a social media channel if you wish to watch it. And I think the lesson I took away there from a good friend, Michael Marmot, who has led the social determinants of health over very many years. And I used the word optimism, and on a panel he corrected me and said he feels more that it is about hopefulness. And he defined hopefulness as optimism plus action. Optimism on its own is an abstract concept, but if you add action to that, then I think we can make a difference. And in this very uncertain world, I think those of us with positions, and I'll come back to this, of agency and power, need to offer the idea and the actions to a brighter future. And I think this gathering today of the World Trade Organization, the World Intellectual Property Organization, and WHO coming together is one opportunity to do that. So I thank you for hosting us, and I look forward to working with everybody in the future. We could debate what we think that uncertain world is about, and of course in many continents at the moment there is tragic conflict going on which is affecting many. But beyond the conflict, I would just pick out 2 or 3 other things which I think are also driving the future which we must respond to. Of course there is climate, but there is also, and in my view, an underestimated shift, and that is the demographic shifts that are going on in the world. And those demographic shifts are leading us to the data that we heard earlier in the opening speeches around the non-communicable disease agenda. This is, as Darren said, no longer an issue for certain parts of the world. This is affecting every part of the world. And from our perspective, and Yukiko's perspective, and Guy's perspective, this is a health agenda. But in reality, it's much broader than health. Because although we talk about the 40 million deaths or premature deaths from non-communicable diseases, we underestimate in that statement the impact on people's lives prior to their death. and the impact on their lives during their working lives, whether it's mental health issues in all ages, but particularly the young, whether it is cardiovascular, diabetes, multimorbidity. These are the issues which are actually, yes, affecting our health in all of our families, but they are also affecting the economic opportunity and growth prospects for every country on earth. So although we must, yes, focus on the 40 million deaths that are occurring, which is increasing, we should not ignore the morbidity, the illness that happens prematurely, which actually stops people contributing to society, to their families, to their communities, but also critically to the economic growth and opportunities that countries will have. So this is, yes, a health agenda. But we would be wise not to separate in this issue health from the rest of society and the communities that we're part of. And I think we must increasingly link health to the social and cultural and economic prospects of countries if we are going to convince people in the political and policy arena that this matters not just for a health agenda, because actually this matters to economic growth, opportunity, jobs, and the well-being of all of our citizens. And so linking this together through the WTO, the Intellectual Property Organization, and WHO, I believe is the tripartite organization that needs to come together to solve these issues. We are also in this uncertain world, and this is, I think, in parts of the world, increasingly systematic in its approach, undermining of institutions. We cannot and we must, we cannot accept that, and we must respond to it, but we mustn't respond by just saying we're good. We must demonstrate in our institutions that we are actually responding to the needs and of the people that we serve. I'm not an economist, as you'll probably guess, but at the Nobel Prize this week, the Nobel Prize for Economics, which is not something I'd read before going to Stockholm, is about the crucial role that institutions play in countries' economic, cultural, and societal growth. Institutions are what drives economic growth. The question was raised by the Nobel Prize laureates, is it wealth that then drives the creation of institutions, or is it institutions that help drive that economic growth and opportunity? And their conclusion is that it's institutions which help drive that. And so institutions remain absolutely critical to the future prospects and development, and indeed therefore of health, of the sorts of societies we want in the future. For WHO, and as the chief scientist, I would of course argue this, but I think if you look at the great challenges of the 21st century, demographic shifts, climate change, biodiversity, the rise of the non-communicable diseases, the pandemics, the antimicrobial resistance, I believe that science in its broadest context, from social sciences to behavioral sciences to economics, to physics, to chemistry, to biology and life sciences, has a critical role to play, not in providing all of the answers, but in providing some of the answers to the way that we can address the great challenges of the 21st century. And we are living, in my professional life, in what I regard as a scientific golden age. COVID vaccines were a remarkable innovation. But please don't be fooled that COVID vaccines were developed in a year. The Nobel Prize for the development of the COVID vaccines was awarded for work that went on in the 1980s. And I was lucky enough to Drew Weissman this week. If we do not sustainably and long-term invest in our scientific ecosystems, however you define that, from implementation to economics, to institutions, to life sciences, if we do not invest over many, many years in people, in institutions, in teams that work together within essentially all of our countries, we will not have the breakthroughs that matter when a crisis hits, and perhaps even more importantly, we won't address what our communities and societies want tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, next week, next month, next year. We should not prepare the world just for pandemics. We should prepare the work and work with our societies and our communities for what matters to them next Tuesday morning. And that's where the NCD, the non-communicable disease issue, and infectious diseases, and I come from both communities, having trained as a neurologist and then as an infectious disease person, we need to bring these communities together. But the way of responding with national resilience to the future shocks that we will face is to have systems, institutions, public trust in what we do every week, every month, every year. You cannot establish manufacturing, you cannot establish trust, You cannot establish your links with society and communities when a crisis hits. It is what you have before that really matters. And I think part of our job, a major part of our job, is working with all of our member states to encourage the fact that that investment in people, in institutions, in systems, and yes, in the broad scientific agenda is what will build health, but it will also build national resilience, national security, and crucially, economic growth and opportunity for the next generation. We must reconnect our institutions with the very society and the cultures that we are part of. It is a privilege to attend these meetings, but Dr. Ngozi, in her opening remarks, talked about how many high-level meetings there are and how many conferences there are that go on around the world. And we've got sometimes, in my 15 to 18 months in WHO so far, a sense that that is what changes the world. It is not. As I will say at the end, it is what we do when we leave this room that matters, not the warm words that we express during these meetings. And science, technology, innovation, and I would include, and Darren mentioned it, prevention, innovation, science and technology is not just about new manufacturing of treatments and vaccines. It is crucially also about investing in prevention through digital technology and data and allowing people to own their health and their community's health and making sure. So please, I wouldn't frame manufacturing just about the development of future innovations, which we call magic bullets of vaccines and therapeutics. We must also include the digital agenda, the prevention agenda, because no country on earth will actually be able to afford the healthcare of 2030, 2040, and 2050 unless we shift our balance of interest and work towards both prevention as well as treatment and of cures. But there is a problem in the scientific community of which I'm part of, and that is increasingly science is going on in a smaller number of countries, in a smaller number of institutions where there is money. And if we are not careful, although we as scientists would argue against this until we were blue in the face, the reality is if we are not careful, the scientific golden age will lead to greater inequality in the world rather than greater equality. And so what was talked about on the plenary opening talks about the distribution and democratization of science around the world is an absolutely critical component if we are to drive true innovation that is useful to all communities everywhere and we address the question of inequality. If we don't put equality and the growing inequality in the world at the heart of how we develop our science, innovation and technological advances, then I fear that science, despite all of our desires, will actually lead to greater inequality because it will happen in a smaller number of places and perhaps concerningly will not just happen in the public and philanthropic sector or even in public listed companies, but will increasingly in some parts of the world happen in innovation and technology in private companies in private hands, where there is less transparency and even less governance than there may be in the private sector in public limited companies. We are all for that innovation ecosystem, but I do think we need to make sure that the world's governments and the member states have access and transparency around what is developed in the public and in the private sector. WHO cannot shift this agenda on its own. We have many partners here from the NGO sector, the civic society, as well as from governments, member states. And I think it is the coming together in this democratic system where all countries come together in an era of multilateralism and make the case that multilateralism can work for everybody and it can work for every society and community on earth. That is the crucial element, but we must live that institutional contribution rather than thinking it'll be the warm words that sort things out. In terms of the demographic shifts that are going on and the multi-morbidity that goes with it, as I say, this is not just a health issue, it is an economic and productivity and an economic growth opportunity. And in many ways, I think this could be the greatest challenge along with climate change and demographic shifts of our time. And if we don't come together to address this growing problem at a global scale, then we will be reacting to it. And one of the key things we're trying to do within the World Health Organization at the moment, and we would very much welcome the work with WIPO and with WTO on this, is instead of reacting to change as it happens, to anticipate that change as it's coming. None of us have a crystal ball of where science in its broadest terms will take us. But we can see trends. And we can see trends that are happening. And if we want to build greater equity into where those scientific advances are going to take us, I think we would be wise to anticipate those trends and instead of reacting to them, preparing for them. I'll give you a personal example of this. For 20 years, I worked in Vietnam and was very involved in the development of a treatment for malaria that came out of traditional Chinese medicine, trialed first in Vietnam. Artemisinin combination therapy has revolutionized the treatment of malaria. We knew the effectiveness of those interventions at the end of the 1990s. And yet we wasted, in my view, more than a decade in terms of preparing for that to be of use to everybody everywhere in the world. We must get better at anticipating when we will see breakthroughs happen and work with all of our member states to allow member states to see what is coming and then prepare the logistics, the supply chain, the trust in the communities and public and the regulatory environment, the supplies, so that we don't spend a decade or more taking the scientific breakthroughs that happen and making them available to everybody in the world. The greatest thing that happened in COVID was not that mRNA was invented in 2020. It was the fact, and only in some parts of the world, that we worked in parallel rather than in sequence, and we made mRNA possible starting in January of 2020 to be vaccinated in December of 2020 in some parts of the world. I think one of the lessons I learned from the COVID era was if we had anticipated that better, we could have made those vaccines available at the end of 2020 or the beginning of 2021 in a much more equitably distributed way, had we anticipated where we were going to get to. So anticipation of trends, anticipation of science, instead of reacting to it as institutions, I think is something which we must build into the way we work. I'm going to turn on to manufacturing now, and this is not against the concept of regional manufacturing, distribution of manufacturing around the world, but just a caution that building a factory that will manufacture something is not the only thing one needs to do if you're going to sustainably continue that manufacturing capacity over the long term. It is, and the word has already been used, a scientific ecosystem that needs to be developed in order to have that manufacturing capacity. It is easy to build a factory. It is easy to open the door. But if you want to sustain that, you need a scientific ecosystem that goes with it. That essentially means people. It means retaining those people in institutions where they can feel they have a career. It means a regulatory environment. It means talking to the communities and societies which that manufacturing will be part of, and so that there is trust in the manufacturing products that come from it, whether preventive treatment or vaccines. And so a manufacturing distributed system can be built, but it needs a scientific ecosystem to go with it in order to be sustained. And in order to sustain that, and this is why the critical importance of the non-communicable diseases is so important, in my view, a personal view, we are not going to sustain regional manufacturing around COVID vaccines. We need to maintain sustained manufacturing of the highest quality in an integrated scientific ecosystem, which is producing products, preventative treatment or cures, that is of use to the societies that they are part of all of the time. You cannot just turn those manufacturing plants on when you need them. And so thinking how we're going to sustain that manufacturing capacity means investing, and I believe this is a combination, but critically, of domestic national resources allocated to scientific ecosystems to improve health and provide jobs and opportunities and economic growth. But it also means using those manufacturing facilities to manufacture things, again, every Monday, every Tuesday, every Wednesday, at the highest quality that has the trust of the societies and the communities that it is part of. I believe the opportunity here is to build that around infectious diseases of endemic importance, tuberculosis, malaria, and others, but critically, this is where the non-communicable diseases area can play its perhaps most significant role, because they are not going away, they will be there the whole time, and they're going to be needed as prevention, treatment, and products, and digital, and data, and all of the time. So my plea would be not just to focus on the manufacturing and distribution of regional manufacturing, but let's work together using domestic and leveraged international funding to create the scientific ecosystem that allows that manufacturing to be sustained, that will build national resilience, national security. It will provide health for all of our communities in a way that we do not achieve at the moment. And critically, It will make the case to the finance ministers of the world that this is the way for economic growth, economic opportunity, and jobs for the future. Two things I'd just like to highlight: that we're working very closely with Yukiko and the team in the WHO. The first one is around the alignment of what is called the WHO normative functions, its guidelines. How do you treat cancer? How do you treat diabetes? How do you treat malaria? And many other things, one of, I believe, WHO's critical functions. And WHO's pre-qualification system, which allows countries who may not have a stringent regulator to effectively use the WHO's guidance on a pre-qualified product. Historically, these have existed in almost glorious isolation. In January 2025, between Yukiko, Guy, and ourselves, we will be aligning these in a much more transparent, robust way, such that in future, my hope would be you will never have a guideline without a pre-qualified product, and you will never have a pre-qualified product without a guideline. And we will achieve that, and I appreciate this is being recorded, so I'll be held accountable for this with Yukiko, and I'll blame Yukiko. We will achieve that within 12 months. At the moment, that can stretch from a few days during COVID, where we learned a lot of lessons, all the way through to a number of years. I won't give you a number because it's almost embarrassing. We will bring those together so that companies, the private sector, the public sector, the academic world can see the benefits of guidelines and pre-qualification being aligned. And we will do that in a transparent way so that companies, academics, and other institutions can see where their product is going through the pathway, and they can plan for it. They can anticipate. They can prepare for when it will come out of the sausage machine at the other end. And that ability to predict is the crucial element in the public and the private sector in being able to commit capital resources to allow things to happen. So I hope you will see in January of 2020 the first pilot studies that will bring together this guideline and pre-qualification process, which I think, and I don't use this word often, could actually transform the way we build equity in the way that new products for prevention, treatment, or cure are developed and pass through. And at the heart of this shift is equity. Because if we do not align these processes, then the guideline and the pre-qualification through stringent regulators will happen quickly in some countries and will happen very slowly in some other countries. And that gap between having access to innovation and having your community having access to innovation is what drives inequity. And so if we can align these, we will both speed up the process and we will enhance equity of access to the products that we all want everybody in the world to see. So I hope this will have a dramatic impact on equity and access to innovation. And the second piece of work we're doing, which I originally called a sprint, but we've now called a marathon because things don't perhaps go quite as fast as one would think, is to ask two questions and work with member states who are interested. Two questions. Using domestic resources in member states, what are the mechanisms that have been tried, used, worked, and not used around the world for supporting your scientific ecosystems to drive health and economic growth? There are many models around the world, and there is no one model. Darren knows Singapore very well, as I do. That does something, another country does something else. But there are lessons and principles to be learned about how you structure, how you fund, how you support, how you fund institutions, how you govern those institutions, how you use your public and private sector investments to drive a scientific ecosystem that will improve health and provide economic growth and opportunity and jobs. And the second question is, how do countries and how could countries structure their scientific advice into government, whether it's economics, it's transport, or it's indeed health? Because I think ultimately governments around the world do need access to the best available evidence on which to make their decisions. The decisions they make are political, and so they should be, but it's important that governments have access to the right information and within their own structures rather than just relying on others at a regional level. So these two pieces of work, guideline alignment with pre-qualification and how scientific ecosystems can be sustained and supported with domestic funding and leveraging international funding, is, I believe, the way we're going to democratize science and make science and innovation more available to more countries in the world. And in addition to the scientific role that it will play in driving health and economic growth, I also think this will address the issues of mistrust and misinformation, because instead of relying on something which is happening in some other country, some other culture, and some other language, it will be more local and more sense of local ownership. And I think this drive to democratization of science is going to be critical. So finally, I go back to the concept of conferences. And it is a privilege to be in Geneva. It's a privilege to walk into this building today and see across the lake. It's a privilege to get on a train that runs on time. I'm not used to that in the UK. It's a privilege to get on a train and go into the countryside and have fresh air. It's a privilege to be in Stockholm this week. It's a privilege to meet all of you, and it's a privilege to give a talk. But my concern is we have started to think that it's these warm words and these conferences that make the difference. And everybody in this room and everybody online, although we may not feel it sometimes, has power and has agency. And the responsibility that comes with that is that when we leave this room, it's the actions we take over the next week, the next month, the next year. And if we do not do this, and we rely just on the warm words that we speak, I fear we will lose the societies and communities that have entrusted institutions to drive real change. And I believe this is urgent and we must act on. It is not the warm words here. It's what you do, it's what I do when I leave this room that will make the difference. So use your power and use your agency. It's a privilege to have both. But use it to make the world a better place, not for you in this room, but for everybody else we serve. And that is the responsibility that comes with power and agency. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jeremy, for a very rich contribution to the symposium. Certainly, it leaves me with many thoughts as I leave the room, and I think it does so also for participants. So with that, we are actually perfectly well on time to have a short break, 15 minutes. So please make sure that you're back at 11:15 for the first session of the symposium. And many thanks again to our Directors General, Dr. Ngozi, Darren Tang, and also Assistant Director General, Dr. Nakatani, for making the opening remarks, and Jeremy for your wonderful keynote speech. Thank you very much. Yes. Everything is recorded. Yes.
Good morning, Tatiana. Can you hear me?
Yes, for sure. Thank you. Good morning, Linda. Can you hear me?
We think that we have a visit because it's our friend from.
There's a lot of noise around me, so I'm not sure I can hear you well. Can you just say hi?
Hi. Can
Oh,
you hear
yes,
me?
I'm hearing you very well.
Okay.
Let's try the video now.
So my camera
Perfect.
is
I can see you very well.
okay.
Perfect.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much.
Thank
See
you.
you. See you
See you
shortly.
soon.
Bye. That's okay. She's aware. I just wanted to.
Okay.
So I'm happy to help with the.
Yeah. Thank you.
And I just sent you a link.
Okay, I don't do. I have a LinkedIn account, but to be honest, I've never stupidly, and I will migrate in 25 actually because I think we're all getting fed up with X and Twitter and stuff like that. So, but I don't. I will look at it, but I don't often.
No worries. Just let me know. Feel free to send an email anytime.
I'll send it later. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your remarks.
So. No, no, no.
Yes, to build the structure. I think so. I mean, what I'm taking away is
When once yeah. Oui, ça va. Tu peux me faire un code s'il te plaît, pour ouvrir mon ordinateur.
I think, Dr. Nakatani, you haven't been properly introduced, so let me just say that you are overseeing the development and implementation of WHO norms and policies to ensure equitable access to quality medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics, including for preventing and responding to epidemics. So thank you very much for taking on the role of the moderation, and I wish you a successful panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. So good morning, everyone, again. So I'm very honored to moderate this session one right after the very wonderful opening and this morning. So today, so this session, they are aims to identify the challenges from the different perspectives to ensure access to the essential health products for the NCDs. So we are many partners working on these issues for long time, because to work addressing the NCD's burdens. And this morning, Jeremy clearly say this challenge is not only the low and middle income countries and global issues, so quite important. And then we have to forecasting the what happen in the next, and then what this burden to the impact to the next generation as well. So we want to discuss of the what is challenges, what we can take action this session. Then I'm so pleased to welcome the 4 distinguished speakers today. So first, so my colleague, the Dr. Guy Fons, the director of the NECD department, WHO headquarters. Thank you very much joining this session. And the second speaker is the Deputy Director General, the African Centers for the Disease Control and Prevention, Dr. Razi Tajuddin. Thank you very much joining the in-person. We were expecting to have the DG Dr. John Cassia virtually, but I'm so happy to see you in person, and thank you very much for the very so far away to come in here. Then third speaker is the Miss Alison Cox, the Policy and Advocacy Director of the NCD Alliance. Thank you very much joining this session today. Then first speaker is the Dr. Tatiana Tilly, the researcher of the Fiocruz. She is joining through the online. Thank you very much, Tatiana, for the time differences. Maybe you are very early morning. Yes, thank you very much joining. Okay, so this session, so first I would like to give the floor to all speakers around 8 or 10 minutes each to providing that their experience and the perspective challenges in their area. Then afterwards, I will open the floor to audience to take some questions to speakers. Then if we have the more time to before the end, so I would like to give the floor to the old speaker as the second round. So first, I'd like to invite the guy and providing your perspective. So floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ADG. Good day to all those in the room and those online. You know, maybe it's very early morning in some areas. Thank you for joining. ADG, I think with my first comment, I need to make this comment. I think it's extremely important message that was delivered today with the 2 director generals and yourself, but it's also the prioritization that the 3 director generals have given to NCDs in this 11th symposium. I think it's an extremely powerful message. As particular as a very important milestone for the NCD agenda. We can get to that in a bit, which is the upcoming 4th high-level meeting. The prioritization, elevating NCDs as a pathfinder, as an entry point to better understand ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem, the access ecosystem, the scientific ecosystem, and having NCDs placed firmly right in the center is extremely important. I think that's a main message from here, and I think actually much of what was said by those presentations and certainly by Jeremy sort of shape the agenda. I wish we could stay with those messages and come out of this and move on, as Jeremy said, as agents of action with what we've heard this morning. But I think it is important also to dig a little deeper, and you'll allow me, I'm NCD specific, very NCD specific, so I'm going to take a little time to dig a little deeper into some of what we heard this morning. There was excellent overview of the NCD crisis and some of the challenges, bottlenecks, but also very much some optimism of how we can move forward, especially in these tripartite collaboration that we're witnessing today. But let's start. I want to come back to some of those very important numbers that really pinpoint that urgency of action, urgency to moving, connecting some of that optimism to action, also repeating Jeremy's words. But I want to repeat one important message that I think should remain with us, which is every 2 seconds, someone under the age of 70 dies from a non-communicable disease. And this has been sort of highlighted in different elements and different data today, but what hasn't been addressed is that there's an unacceptable fact there that these are largely preventable premature deaths. I think we haven't addressed that necessarily. These can be prevented. We know what to do. We have solutions, and we need to address the access agenda and the access ecosystem, innovation ecosystem that we've heard today to address that. But it's not only about premature mortality. We have heard startling numbers on the morbidity. So NCDs, including mental health conditions, are responsible for the majority of global deaths, but very importantly, also the major cause of morbidity, including disability. And this really points to the fact, the equity angle, the equity discussion. We have billions of people living with and affected and more at risk of NCDs and mental health conditions that we need to address, listen to, be guided by, and address urgently. There are huge bottlenecks. 43 billion people globally died of NCDs, and I will update the numbers you heard this morning. As of now, there's 75% of non-pandemic related deaths are due to NCDs, and non-pandemic related deaths is very important because we are masking there additional deaths that have been reported as COVID deaths. So 75% of non-pandemic related deaths in 2021 were related to NCDs. And these are 7 of the top leading causes of death globally are NCDs, 7 of the top 10. So this is just underscoring the urgency and underscoring the need to address those silent killers, including cardiovascular disease, cancer, diabetes, and chronic respiratory disease, including and in addition to mental health conditions, and understanding the interacting matrix of diseases, risk factors, determinants, commercial, environmental, economical, among others. But then this unacceptable fact that we have preventable premature death, and these are largely affecting low and middle income countries. It is across the globe, across development levels, but certainly the startling news that 86% of all premature mortality occurs in low and middle countries is another startling red flag that we need to address, and that is points to the fact of health inequities. NCDs are the major contributor to health inequities. But I think what we've heard today from the keynote speakers and the director generals, is clearly and undeniably, the NCD pandemic, the NCD burden is clearly and undeniable, fueled by the inequities in access to affordable, essential medicines and medical products. This is the issue we need to discuss. It is fueling broader inequities. It is fueling those premature mortalities. It is fueling the lack of attention, screening, diagnostic, management, control, rehabilitation of those living with and affected by NCDs. The global epidemiology will not get certainly quickly and better. Will not get better quickly. For 2030, 2020 and beyond, the numbers will continue to rise, and sort of fueled, in addition, fueled by the intersection of the risk factors we mentioned, including some that we've talked already today in some of the keynote speeches: tobacco use, harmful use of alcohol, unhealthy diets, physical inactivity, air pollution, to name a few, which we also have to understand in the matrix and how we can insert this into the ecosystem we were discussing earlier. And I mentioned the high-level meeting on 2025, extremely important discussion we're having, because very few health agendas are elevated to the political discussion in United Nations, across the United Nations system. We have been doing much work and much progress and much optimism at the technical health system level through our governing bodies, World Health Assembly, executive boards, where we are driving those interventions, those frameworks, those action plans, the pre-qualification progress that we've heard today. We are driving that very quickly in WHO. But this agenda has been elevated as a development challenge, has been elevated to UN system, and we're having another discussion on this in end of 2025. This is the fourth, as the title clearly says, the fourth high-level meeting. And it's not necessarily nice to have. We're not convening for first time to discuss some of the great successes and progress and solutions. That is certainly part of it. But we're convening once again for the fourth time because it's concerning, critical, urgent lack of progress. The SDG that came into the scope in 2015 with the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development has a particular target on NCDs to reduce its premature mortality by 1/3 through prevention and treatment. That is not being met. Countries are extremely lagging behind. We're clearly off track. Currently, we have evidence that around 19, if at all, 19 countries are currently on track to meet that SDG by 2030, just in at most 4 years. 19 of 194 WHO member states are on track for the moment to meet that target by 2030. The economic and financial and productivity impacts have been mentioned. 30 trillion estimated currently. If business as usual is the norm, that will increase to $47 trillion of economic and productivity loss. So the high-level meeting is extremely important, and it is important to note that because of the concern, because of the huge gaps, and because of the attention to among others, the issue of access to or lack of access to affordable, quality, essential health medicines and health products, the theme of this next high-level meeting will be equity and integration. And I think that fits very well with the discussion we've been having today. There are many other drivers of health inequities that are very relevant to NCDs, but as we've been discussing today, one of the main contributors is the inequitable access to health, to essential medicines and technologies. I think this is what we need to discuss further and dig a little deeper. We've heard so many possible solutions from the keynote speakers, from the director generals, and the commitment to act in unison, to act as one UN system, act as a whole of society approach. I think it's extremely optimistic to hear and to really assess some of the possible solutions that have been presented. Now, the issue is that there has been chronic underinvestment in health system, and this is dramatically exposed by the COVID situation. Chronic underinvestment, in particular, in addressing sustainably, affordably, and equitably those living with NCDs and mental health condition. There's a significant gap in care and support for people affected by NCDs. It's very clear. We have numbers. We've been assessing this since before, but certainly during and after COVID situation, and it is defining those living with NCDs and mental condition as a population under vulnerable situation. So this is extremely important to understand the equity triggers, the inequity triggers that are sustaining this. The good news is we know what to do. We know how to prevent and manage NCDs, but certainly we need to do it better, faster, and with stronger partnerships and collaborations. This is why this discussion today across the three agencies is extremely important. But as we've heard also from the speakers, it does require interaction with our civil society members, those living with and affected by these health conditions, our communities, to understanding what are those contextual gaps, what are the bottlenecks to the care pathways that we are not understanding clearly, or we don't have enough spotlight or understanding of or evidence of. Including the bottlenecks to access to essential health medicines and products. Addressing this challenge will require addressing this particular issue, as very clearly access to affordable quality medicines is a cornerstone of universal health coverage and a fundamental human right. We've heard this, EDG, you've mentioned this, you've underscored it very clearly. Ensuring equitable access to established essential medicines is non-negotiable from WHO's perspective, and I think this is repeated across its three levels, and it is communicated and promoted across our member states. Ensuring equitable access to established essential medicines is non-negotiable, and this is what we need to push forward. I think this is we need to engage with our partners, our regional counterparts, and our civil society to ensure that that is the message and the solutions for that are presented at the fourth high-level meeting in next September. And ADG from WTO had a very interesting insights into lessons learned from the COVID situation. And I think we've all been trying to understand how the COVID, how cross-cutting development challenges intersecting during that COVID pandemic period can affect health systems and healthcare and service delivery. And WHO itself released a report with an assessment report, which is assessing access to NCD medicines, emergent issues during the COVID-19 pandemic, and key structural factors. Very, very important report, which sort of complements the findings and the lessons learned we heard from DG, from WTO. And in this report, we examine the pandemic's impact on access to essential medicines for NCDs. It highlights how systemic vulnerabilities and inequalities in the pharmaceutical supply chain were exacerbated, affecting manufacturing, procurement, and delivery globally. So we also have lessons learned. We also have understandings of how we can prepare better, as Jeremy was pointing towards, and not react. The preparedness is extremely important, and these lessons learned will be paving that road. One of those recommendations from that report emphasizes strengthening public-private collaborations to enhance supply chain resiliency for NCD medicines. This includes diversifying production and procurement channels, ensuring transparency in pricing, and establishing policies that support affordable and equitable medicines access during and post-emergency, certainly also in the intercessional periods between health emergencies. These collaborations could mitigate vulnerabilities and ensure continuity of care for NCD patients. Innovation in healthcare technologies, we've heard a very interesting discussion on the innovation ecosystem, so I won't go into much detail there. But while we support an innovative ecosystem, we need to ensure that the new treatments remain accessible and affordable for all in all contexts. We must strengthen local and regional manufacturing capacities, also enabling that ecosystem to ensure sustainability of the production and access and affordability of those local manufacturing platforms. And this will require coordinated action among governments, organizations, private sector, and civil society. So again, the call for multi-sectoral approaches here is extremely important. I think this is the underlying thread of today's session, the collaboration across the agencies, but certainly much further than the agencies into the whole of society approach. We have some packages, we have some interventions, we have the best buys, we have the package of essential interventions for NCDs at primary health care. All of these point to the need to understand access, affordability, quality, and the essential list of medicines and technologies. I think we have the frameworks, we have the building blocks, and we have the commitment from heads of agencies, certainly from our ADGs, from senior management, and we have some solutions. It was extremely motivating to listen to Jeremy's commitment to ensure pre-qualification and guidelines are developed in complementarity and speak to each other and are available for member states and transparently available for partners and member states. So I think there's much that we've been hearing today, ADG. There's much that we know we have to do, but I again land on what Jeremy was saying about the optimism, but then this is the action. We have the action here. We know exactly from lessons learned, but also from what our partners, civil society is calling for. So we can, I think, connect that optimism with the action going forward and have a very successful road to the next phase of the NCD agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys, for providing the very comprehensive view and so encourage actions. Thank you so much. So now I would like to invite Razi. So floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Yukiko, and thank you, Guy, for really, setting the stage for this panel discussion. So I think we are still in the morning as far as Geneva is concerned. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I bring you greetings from the Africa Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I think if you look around in the room, we are perhaps the youngest kid on the block, as far as this agenda is concerned. And I extend the apologies of DG Kosia, who actually would have loved to be here, to really, because this is an agenda that is very close to his heart, but all the same, the year is coming to an end. We have so many things going on the continent, and he has asked me to step in for him. So let me also take this opportunity to appreciate the eloquent, well-articulated presentation from Jeremy Farah. You know, I think that perfectly set the stage for this one-day symposium. So again, if you look at the burden of non-communicable diseases, we see that it's skewed, you know, towards the global south, talking of the low and middle income countries. Today, 74% of all the deaths of NCD, you know, occur in the global south, and we also know that this is occurring on the backdrop of a very weak health system, you know, so really further straining already weak health system. And again, we know that on the continent of Africa, apart from non-communicable diseases, we're also a continent with repeated, recurrent infectious disease outbreak, be it emerging or re-emerging infectious diseases, you know, which further strain our healthcare system. So let me now emphasize on 3 critical points during this session. Number one, before now, the thinking was that when it comes to NCD, you tend to look at the global north, but that has changed now. We're going to see more and more cases in the global south, largely due to one, rapid unplanned urbanization on the continent of Africa. We're also seeing changing lifestyle. You know, in fact, it's a lot easier, you know, to buy those food that are not healthy on our street than to buy the healthy ones. In fact, the food that are not healthy are much more cheaper than the healthy ones, you know, and what we continue to say is that we need to put everything in place to ensure that the healthy choices are the easier choices, you know, and this is what we need to really put our heads together and see, how do we do that? And of course, we are happy that the life span or the life expectancy is changing. But with that, again, is the growing number of non-communicable diseases. So these are all issues as far as the continent is concerned. Now, if you go back to statistics, again, it's predicted that morbidity and mortality from non-communicable diseases will rise by over 50% in low and middle income countries by year 2030. So meaning that if we keep the narrative as it is now, we are going to double the burden, the mortality that we're seeing as far as the continent of Africa is concerned by year 2030. Jeremy spoke a lot around the issue of economic implication of our inaction, you know, and according to a study by the World Bank, the global economic losses by 2030 will amount to 47 trillion US dollar, you know, and we know that we need much, much less than this to put in place prevention and, to strengthen our health system, you know, to prevent this catastrophic economic loss. Let me shift gear and go to the need to integrate and the need to collaborate, the need to coordinate, the need to communicate, and the need to cooperate as we deploy efforts. And I'm happy that we have our colleague from NCD Alliance here, because it's not as if there is no effort that is being deployed to address the NCDs, but the problem, especially in the global south, is the duplication of efforts, a lot of silo approach. Everybody is doing his own thing in his own way, you know, coming down to the global south with tailored sort of approach that does not speak to the priority of our member states. So really going forward, Africa CDC, we want to see proper coordination in that space so that we are able to appropriately utilize these scarce resources. And in that regard, we've launched our NCD strategic plan 2023 to 2027. And thanks to some partners in this room, you know, who are actually been very supportive in terms of developing that agenda and in terms of operationalizing the NCD agenda. And tied to that, we have also set up a committee, you know, that really support our member states in terms of implementation of this strategy. And One unique advantage of Africa CDC is the fact that we are a specialized technical institution within an intergovernmental political institution called the African Union. And what does this mean? So it means that in terms of convening, we are able to convey at the highest political level and get their buy-in into this agenda. In terms of multidisciplinary, multi-sectoral approach, we're able to move beyond the ministries of health, to go into other relevant key ministries, that we can really work together to bring this issue of NCD under control. So we are deploying all these assets, to support the NCD agenda as far as the continent is concerned. In fact, as part of the build-up towards the 2025 high-level convening at the UN, the continent is pushing towards having what we call a common African position, that will be tabled, before the UN General Assembly come year 2025. Because again, if you go back and look at the drivers of NCD in the global north and the global south, they are not necessarily the same, So we will need a sort of tailored approach, and to get that done, I think we need that political support. So the third piece of my intervention is around the need to build local manufacturing capacity on the continent of Africa. Again, Jeremy talked a lot about the issue of equity, the issue of affordability, the issue of sustainability, in fact, the issue of transparency. In fact, he also emphasized the lag time between when innovation is accessible in the global north and in the global south. So the little, a comparison that we try to do, especially at the sort of COVID-19, on the average, it takes like 10 years between when an innovation is developed or is rolled out, when it's accessible to the global north and the global south. So I think this sort of arrangement need to change, and the way to start is to build local manufacturing capacity, for those essential medicine, that will allow us to address this NCD intervention. But again, to do that, there are a lot of factors that need to go into that. The issue of IP, the intellectual property. What sort of IP do we need? Because as it is now, there's a lot of barrier in that space. Especially when it comes to producing some of these products locally. For instance, even some of the product that the patent has already expired for, insulin, is still largely being produced from the global north. And going forward, there's no way we can bring this issue of NCD under control, without really addressing some of these issues. The issue of tech transfer has also been extensively discussed. The issue of investment in that space has been discussed, and the issue of expertise, to be able to produce some of these products on the continent of Africa is also a major challenge. So our head of states have given us a mandate. In February 2024, at the summit in Addis Ababa, they did issue a declaration around the need to have a platform for harmonized African air product manufacturing to be led by Africa CDC and other institutions within the African Union, talking of the African Medicine Agency. We've made some progress in that space. We know that when it talks of issue of regulation, the African Medicine Agency has been launched, so currently we are trying to put everything in place to operationalize that. And while we are doing that, we're also working with different member states. And today, I think we have 8 member states who have actually achieved that maturity level 3 in terms of the regulatory capacity. But that's 8 over 55. So we need much more than that to be able to address this issue head on. So let me also say, as we continue to discuss building local manufacturing capacity, which is not going to come overnight, we need to have in place some sort of other mechanism that will allow for equitable, sustainable access to these products. And in that regard, our head of state and government have also called for us to establish what we call the African Pool Procurement Mechanism. So this pool procurement mechanism will allow us to be able to get, the right pricing for these medical products. We also allow our member state to have equitable and affordable access to this product, irrespective of their ability, to pay. So these are all, initiatives that have been rolled out by Africa CDs through the African Union to make sure that we address these issues of NCD and some of the challenges. So to wrap up, the NCD will not be controlled without a very strong primary healthcare delivery system. I know Guy did talk about that. So we need to have in place a very strong PHC that is community-centered. Tied to that PHC, we need to have the appropriate workforce, that will be able to manage, or first and foremost, to be able to prevent, the NCDs, and also be able to manage the NCDs before they become complications. And when complications set in, we need the right workforce to be able to put in place appropriate rehabilitation sort of medicine, that will manage this issue. We also need a primary health care that will be able to leverage the different technology, that we are seeing these days. Talking of AI, how do we leverage that to address the issue of NCD? We need a primary healthcare system that will be able to address the issue of supply chain, last mile delivery. We need that sort of a primary health care. And we need a primary health care that will be able to generate appropriate data. Because without data, it's difficult for us, or it's difficult for anybody to talk of a policy or practice, that will allow us to be able to bring some of these issues under our control. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much to say, but I understand I have only 10 minutes. So let me stop here. If I have another opportunity to go second round, perhaps I might unpack some of what I've just said. So thank you, and over to you,
Thank
Chair.
you. Thank you very much. So it's also very great perspective in what African CDC leading so far. Thank you so much. So now I'd like to invite Alison. So for the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's a real privilege and honor to be part of this discussion today and on this platform. So just to present our credentials, the Non-Communicable Disease Alliance, the NCD Alliance, is dedicated to supporting a world free from the preventable suffering, disability, and death caused by NCDs. We are a network of over 400 organizations around the world, from grassroots to national, regional, and global level. And that includes around 60 national and regional NCD alliances. It was a real pleasure to hear Jeremy Farrar's presentation today, and that reminder of our need to combine action with optimism to face the challenges the world faces today, because NCDs are really at the heart of many of the crises that the world has to face, and people with NCDs are particularly vulnerable in those crises. And when he talked about a golden age of science for NCDs, I had to remember that word of optimism, because it feels often for health services and for public health more generally, it's not so much a golden age, but it feels more like sometimes we're on the brink of some kind of Bronze Age collapse. So we need to look at the challenges that we face and to take action. As Guy was saying, the world is significantly off track for meeting the 2025 and the 2030 targets for NCDs. Specifically, we're off track to achieve the 2025 target of 80% availability and affordability of essential NCDs and basic technologies. Access to NCD diagnostics and treatments remains severely limited in low and middle income countries. Within all countries, the vulnerable and marginalized populations are particularly affected. This includes rural populations, ethnic minorities, economically disadvantaged, and for many of the 300 million people living in humanitarian crisis settings today. A comprehensive package of services, including diagnostics, medical devices, and medicines, is essential for effective NCD management. And we know that there are serious issues for all NCDs, all the diseases, and there are challenges are found across availability, quality, affordability, and continuity of supply. Certainly, local manufacturing has the potential to address these issues, but it needs to be done the right way. The focus must remain on the patient and ensuring both quality and affordability of the medicines needed. So to provide some of the figures across the NCDs about these challenges of delivery of existing medicines and technologies, let alone innovations and breakthrough medicines. For example, only a third of people with cardiovascular disease in low and middle income countries receive any antihypertensive medicines. 61% of hypertension cases in LMICs actually go undiagnosed. And closing this diagnostic gap by just 10% could save over 500 million lives annually. Diabetes affects over 500 million people worldwide, yet over half of those living with the condition remain undiagnosed. A major contributing factor to the limited access is limited access to essential diagnostics such as blood glucose tests. Further, only 1 in 2 people living with diabetes globally has access to insulin, and in sub-Saharan Africa that sinks to 1 in 7. 80% of the 40 million people needing palliative care live in low and middle income countries, but only 6% of the world's opioids are consumed there. The gap is particularly wide for cancer. In many low and middle income countries, novel and innovative cancer treatments such as immunotherapies and monoclonal antibodies remain completely inaccessible due to the exorbitant prices. Globally, 80% of monoclonal antibodies are used in the USA, Europe, and Canada, where only 15% of the global population lives. Other breakthrough cancer therapies, such as CAR T cell therapy, have revolutionized treatment in high-income countries, but their cost, often exceeding $350,000 per patient, makes it unattainable in low and middle-income countries. Many cancer medicines are not even registered in LMICs because the lack of health coverage in many sub-Saharan African countries, for example, means that pharmaceutical countries have little incentive to file for regulatory approval. And this blocks access to the new cancer medicines. So great to hear of the programs in 8 countries, but I hear your plea for the full 55. Even when cancer treatments are registered and marketed, they are often not reimbursed by the public health system because the prices are too high. And this means that patients have to pay out of pocket, which most just cannot. So in all those big global figures, I wanted to bring the story and the voice of one patient to this meeting and this discussion. The NCD Alliance hosts an initiative called Our Views, Our Voices, and it's intended to promote the meaningful involvement of people living with NCDs in the NCD response. And I wish there was a person, an advocate with lived experience, making this case here today on this platform, and I hope there will be at future meetings. So Noura Anous is a Syrian refugee living in Jordan, and she is an NCD diarist. She's struggled to access cancer treatment due to the financial barriers. Whilst hypertension medication was subsidized, cancer treatment was unaffordable, delaying her care and worsening her condition. I'm glad to say eventually the King Hussein Cancer Foundation's Goodwill Fund provided her with life-saving treatment and psychosocial support. But I want to read out her words from her own NCD diary about her experience. Even though I knew that I had cancer, I could not begin treatment immediately because I did not have enough money. Cancer treatment is expensive, and as an unemployed refugee, I had no means to cover my treatment. I had a feeling of uttermost desperation as I knew the cancer was growing and spreading in my body, and I couldn't find anyone to help me cover my treatment. I searched and asked around for means of help at many medical aid centres, but unfortunately, no one could help me. So from that one story of one individual, to look forward to another of these global meetings that Jeremy was talking about, the UN high-level meeting on NCDs due to happen in September. And this is meant to provide a platform to renew focus on access to essential meds and set the agenda to address barriers to diagnostic and medical devices. Access to medicines has been a global priority for decades, and again, relating to these high-level meetings and these conferences. This attention dates back to 1977 with the introduction of the first WHO model list of essential medicines. And since then, member states have made numerous commitments and developed robust frameworks to ensure that these goals are achieved, with the latest being the target I mentioned at the beginning, this 80% target in the NCD Global Monitoring Framework. Scaling up access to essential medicines, diagnostic and health technologies for NCDs is central if we are to see the fulfillment of all these commitments. In this context, the NCD Alliance has come together with 17 organisations, including the Medicines Patent Pool, the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, FIND, and disease-specific civil society organisations like the UICC, to develop an advocacy brief of priorities for the next UN high-level meeting. There are many existing commitments, as we said, on improving access, and in the brief, we've compiled all of these statements, resolutions, political declarations. But the bottom line is, what we need now is implementation. We're calling on member states to agree a strong political declaration at the high-level meeting that addresses this access issue. And the brief has 5 recommendations to close the implementation gap and accelerate progress towards health equity. And just very briefly, that the headlines for those 5 asks are facilitate the transfer of technology, skills and know-how to scale up affordable, quality-assured production of NCD medicines, diagnostics and health technologies. Develop and implement pricing policies that reduce out-of-pocket expenses. Streamline regulatory processes across countries. Expand WHO pre-qualification to cover more NCD treatments. So great to hear the commitment today. Build capacity for effective forecasting and supply chain management, and promote pooled procurement. And finally, ensure the rational selection and procurement of NCD medicines and diagnostics in universal health coverage packages. So just finally to say, for all of us in this room and online who may have had a family member or even themselves received a diagnosis of cancer, heart disease, or another chronic disease, you will know that the last thing you need to worry about at that time is if you have access or can afford the medicines needed. So I look forward to productive action coming out of these discussions. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So I would like to invite the next speaker, Tatiana. Floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I prepared some slides. I don't know if you can see. Okay, thank you. So first of all, good day, everyone. My name is Tatiana Tilly. I'm an oncology researcher here in Brazil from Oswaldo Cruz Foundation. So thank you for the invitation to be here. And I'd like first to congratulate for the symposium organization and about the theme. So we need to discuss about the non-communicable disease in order to elaborate a strategic plan for non-communicable disease. So my talk today is about the growing oncology burden, the perspectives and strategies in the context of non-communicable disease. And I will highlight some points here, specifically here from Brazil. So the next slide, please. I prepared a short introduction about cancer statistics data. So because the number, as mentioned before, are extremely impressive regarding to incidence and mortality. So at the graph, I show you the top 5 tumors which present highest incidence and mortality. So the before, thank you. So the highest incidence and mortality in the world, which are lung, breast, prostate, colorectal, and the cervix uteri. So the next one, please. And here I show you the projections from the 2022 to 2050. And I am really sorry, but the projections are not good. The data indicates a huge increase in incidence and mortality also. But the remaining question is why and how the projections are too bad. So it is undeniable that the last 20 years were transformative in oncology fields. So we improved the diagnosis and the treatment. Now we have in our hands the precision diagnosis based on the molecular tests, target treatment, and the immunotherapies. So how we can answer this question? So the next slide, please. So at the right, I pointed out some answers for these questions regarding to age population, lifestyle, and environment factors. But in addition to that, there are a number of answers related to minorities, accessibility, and disparities, specifically when we compare high versus low middle income countries. So the next slide, please. And here I showed you the top 5 most incidence tumors among high and low middle income countries. When we compare Europe and North America, for example, it's totally the same, but we in the South Hemisphere appears in the list the cervix uteri tumor. The next slide, please. The majority incidence of this tumor is located in Africa, Central and South America, not only incidence, but also the mortality. Next one, please. And in terms of mortality, I took breast cancer as an example. The mortality in USA is a plateau, as you can see in the left graph, which is completely different when you compare here the situation here in Brazil, in which the mortality increase over time, as shown in the blue line. But how and why we can deal with this? So the next slide, please. Here I show you the breast cancer patient journey. Is the quite same when we compare the patients around the world. And I show here, this is the timeline. So the critical point is the access to screening, time to receive the diagnosis and treatment, which treatment, time to the diagnosis, the metastatic recurrency. The major point, again, is equity. Next slide, please. So in my point of view, at this time, it's clear that we are facing a global health problem. Cancer is a complex disease, which needs a complex solution. Next slide, please. Here, a little context about the healthcare system here in Brazil. There are 2 options. The first one is the Brazilian Unified Health System, which assists 76% of our population. Although it faces significant challenges, the SUS has transformed the public health in Brazil, promoting universal access and social and epidemiological advances, including improvement in life expectancy and reduced infant deaths. And the second option is private health insurance, which assists only 24% of the Brazilian population. So when we compare public and private sector here in Brazil, is the same as you compare high versus low middle income countries. Now I'll focus my talk about the public sector here in Brazil. Next slide, please. There are the major medical care gaps in Brazil. All of them are related to time-consuming steps, poor accessibility, and regional disparities. As you can see in the map, the cancer centers are concentrated in the capitals. There are huge gaps here in Brazil, together with a narrow financial resource and long delay in tech incorporation. So all of them are extremely related to the poor clinical outcome. The next slide, please. So I work in the Osvaldo Cruz Foundation. What we are doing in this scenario, just to have a little bit of context of our institution. So the Brazilian state, this is a Brazilian state institution affiliated to the Ministry of Health. And then we, the next slide, please. And then we promote health and social development, education, and the development of new technologies. The next slide, please. This is our R&D ecosystem, sustained by financial program from Fiocruz, for example, called Innova Fiocruz, and other types of grants from Ministry of Health, including PRONAL and PDU and CNPq agencies. And all of them incentivizing internalization of our science. Please, the next slide, please. Among a number of initiatives I pointed out, I'd like to share with you two of them. The first one is the construction of CDTS, which means the Center for Technological Development in Health. Next slide. The next one. Oops. You come back one, sorry. And another one. Oh, this one, thank you. And CDTS is a preclinical dedicated unit at Fiocruz with the main focus in products and service with an innovative business model. CDTS addresses infrastructure gaps in Brazil. One of the major focus is NCDs and is coordinated by Professor Carlos Morel. And CDTS will be launched in the beginning of the next year. The next slide, please. So the second one initiative that I'd like to share with you today is a combination of public and private sector. We combine at Fiocruz our efforts with Oncoclínicas Group, which is the major clinical assistance in oncology in Latin America. And we named this collaboration as a CPOT, which means Integrated Research Center in Translational Oncology. This is the first public and private collaboration in Brazil into oncology fields. So next slide, please. So this is our vision. We would like to integrate public and private health in Brazil in order to advance tech, education, and oncological innovations, with the main focus in public health access. So, and there are a steering committee from both institutions. And the next slide. And all the projects are related to paving the avenue for the precision oncology in Brazil. And up to now, we have been established a unique model at the South Hemisphere to receive resources. I'm not talking about only financial resources, but intangible ones, including resources from farmers and industry. So now it's mandatory here to uncover the genomic data from our Brazilian population, establish cheaper methodologies such as liquid biopsy to apply directly in the diagnosis and monitoring our patients. And we need a national tumor biobank open for the scientific society. So the next one, please. To finish my talk as a take-home message, I prepare a brainstorming about the possible solutions to innovation bottlenecks in Brazil. So the first one is increase public and private investment in R&D, strengthen the collaboration between academia and industry. The third one, simplify regulatory and funding process, foster a culture of innovation, expand access to financial resource, ensure economic and political stability, and the last one, enhance intellectual property protection, specifically and family of patents. So once again, the next slide, please. Once again, many thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. for the presentation and the actions in the Brazil and also your institution. Thank you very much. So we already exceeded a few minutes of the scheduled time. So, but I'd like to open the floor to audience. Take maybe one questions. Okay, so I see the hands, the lady. Please, the brief introduction at the first before question. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Shalini Jaishekhar with the Union for International Cancer Control, and thank you, panel, for your interventions. My comment actually has to do with Dr. Raji's intervention. I completely agree with you, Dr. Raji, about strengthening a strong PHC delivery system, but I just want to point out and highlight the importance of referral for cancer especially, because all of the modalities like surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, and the targeted therapies all need specialist care. So just wanted to highlight that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. I completely agree with you, but you need to know that in the global south, the number one issue with management of cancer is late presentation. Before you see a patient with cancer at the teaching hospital, you know, it's already advanced. There is little you can do. Now, if you have a very strong primary healthcare system, what that gives you is early detection and appropriate referral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I would like to have some comments. Yeah, thank you very much for strengthening the PHC. That might be including the screening program. And then we also, when we localize the production capacity of diagnostics in the country, so we have to consider to have the national screening program put in place and with the government, so to ensure the future market in those to make the business case in the country. That is the sustainability, so ensuring sustainability of the local production. So in that perspective, so African CDC work closely with all the member states of the African continent. So it is such kind of the discussion around of the ensuring the capacity and the production. Thank you.
No, thank you, Yukiko. Let me go. Let me start with your first. It's your first reflection. So we have a Center for Primary Healthcare that is working with our member states, and we have this package of care, those essential services, you know, to be delivered at the primary healthcare level. And one of in the package, we have a very robust screening agenda, you know, in that space. Screening for those NCDs, including cancer, including the cardiovascular diseases, you know, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, that is one. Number two, you know, as part of ensuring that we're able to generate the necessary demand, you know, for people to access services is also around the financing at that level. You know, what sort of social security system, you know, do you need to put in place? As you know, most of the insurance in the global north is around the formal sector. But when you get to the community, these are people largely in the informal sector. So our approach is to come up with a customized sort of insurance scheme that will address the specific need of people in the informal sector, you know, because that's the only way you can reduce the out-of-pocket payment, and that's the only way you can ensure that the fact that the people in the community do not have money does not constitute any barrier for them to access needed services, you know. Now, around the issue of local manufacturing, of course, it's a big agenda, but at the same time, it's a space that needs a lot of coordination. Because, I mean, the 55 member states cannot begin to produce, you know, so, and this is where Africa CDC is coming in to ensure that we get it right in terms of who is going to produce what, you know, in terms of how do we ensure that each and every member state has some sort of contribution to the value chain or to the manufacturing ecosystem. So this is what Africa CDC is doing in that space. For as long as we continue to promote the local manufacturing agenda, we're also mindful of the fact that we need to coordinate that space, so that at the end of the day, everybody is producing and nobody is buying, and we have a robust agenda even around the aspect of market shaping, that will also allow, the sort of coordination in that space, and allow allow the manufacturing sector to also be able to to contribute to the global value chain and not just national level agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So great response and further input. Sorry, I touched up the agenda of the session 2. So now I'd like to close this session, and then I pass over to Johanna for the moderating the next session after lunch. So thank you very much joining all the audience and until end of this session. So I'm now back to Roger. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nakatani. Thank you so much to our panelists. I think this was very interesting in terms of sharing facts and the latest developments, and also setting the scene for our next session after lunch. In the meantime, we will now break for lunch, so you have an opportunity to either sort of grab a sandwich in the atrium, which is just outside this door, or you go to the WTO restaurant and have a decent lunch there. And I would like to ask you to join us again at 1:30 when our DDG is moderating the next session. So thank you very much and bon appetit.
see.
But I think they will alert you.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, colleagues. Colleagues, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Stavros. This is Josefita. Can someone from the meeting room speak with Stavros, please?
Safita, how are you?
Good, thank you. Good to hear you. I recognize your voice in my office.
¿Cómo estás? Thank you.
Muy bien. I think I see my colleague there in the meeting room. I don't know if you see my colleague Laura. She's there.
I can only see the flyer. That's all.
Yes, yes. There's a blue slide now.
Yeah.
Can you hear
kind
us?
of.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Stavros,
thank you.
Stavros,
So
can you?
just good afternoon. Just if you can please accept to be promoted as a panelist because you need to share your slides, correct?
No, I actually don't have slides.
You don't have slides, okay.
No.
But for the video, maybe it would be better if you accept the invitation to be promoted as a panelist.
Sorry, I'm actually I'm struggling to hear you. Let me just try and turn up the sound a little.
I just sent you again a request.
Okay. Yeah, I just joined as a.
Thank you. Do you want to test your video? Okay, perfect. Yes. Yeah,
Okay,
video
wonderful.
is okay. Yeah, okay.
How
So
is
no slides.
can you hear my voice and is the background okay?
Yeah, the background is okay. Your voice is fine.
Okay.
So no use of slides.
No slides. No.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So in the previous session, we kindly asked all online participants to keep the video on during the whole session. So for the interaction in the room and for the Q&A session at the end. Okay?
Okay. All
Okay,
right.
thank you very much.
I can't hear you very well, but I'm sure that it will improve when the other panelists join, right?
Yeah, I think because
No,
I was
that's
not
better.
speaking next to the microphone. Okay.
Okay, I
Thank you
can hear
very
you
much.
now.
See you in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Josefita.
Great to see you, Stavros. I hope to see you very soon in person.
Josefita, you know where I am. This is the boardroom of Department of Trade and Industry.
Oh my God. We need to catch up.
I'm doing it out of here today.
Yeah, we need to catch up soon. Okay?
Definitely. Definitely. Thank you.
Have a great session. Bye.
Thank you.
So welcome back, and I hope you had a pleasant lunch break. And it's now my pleasure to invite our Deputy Director General, Johanna Hill, to moderate session 2. And maybe just to say also a few words about yourself, Johanna. So you oversee the work at the WTO relating to services, investment, digital trade, intellectual property rights, and government procurement. So very nice composition for dealing with tricky issues like NCDs. So Johanna will introduce the 6 speakers on the panel who have been invited to share their perspectives specifically on local and regional manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roger, for those kind words of introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I am very pleased to welcome you to this session. I hope you had a good lunch, and welcome to those that are following us online. And so I'm very pleased to welcome everyone to this session on coordination of actions through local and regional manufacturing capacity, key stakeholders, challenges, and opportunities. And it is my pleasure to be moderating a discussion on challenges and opportunities in enhancing manufacturing capacities for the prevention, detection, and treatment of non-communicable diseases, NCDs. A key takeaway from our discussion this morning is that strengthening local manufacturing alone will not yield the expected results. We must also consider critical factors for long-term success in addressing NCDs, and this is the focus of our session, number 2. So we will be focusing on manufacturing capacities and coordination efforts, including the role of trade and intellectual property. I would like to invite our speakers to share their on-the-ground perspective and offer concrete suggestions on improving coordination and transparency for sustainable responses to non-communicable diseases. We are very fortunate to have a panel of policymakers and business leaders with firsthand knowledge of sustainable business models and the importance of coordination. So I am very pleased to present to my right, Jesus Reda Rodriguez, Director General of Strategies, Special Projects, and International Affairs at MedTech Europe. And I have on my left, Dr. Frederick Christensen, Managing Director of RVMC, the Regionalized Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative. And next to him is Ms. Camille Romero, Research Program Manager, Access to Medicine Foundation. And finally, next to Jesus, we have Ms. Krista Sepuch, a Pharmacist Coordinator, MSF Access Campaign. And we also have 2 more speakers that are joining us remotely. Dr. Prashant Yadav, who's a Senior Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations. Prashant, we are very glad that you're able to join us from Senegal. And last, but of course not least, we have Dr. Stavros Nicolaou, Senior Executive for Aspen Pharmacare Group. And Stavros is joining us from South Africa. Welcome, Stavros. So I would like to suggest we begin with an initial round of remarks by our panelists regarding how things are looking on the ground when it comes to action against NCDs. Please, if we could start with Jesus.
Thank you very much, Johanna. It's an honor to be here and to be able to give some insights into what we have been seeing on the ground when it comes to NCDs. And it's interesting that there is a lot of drive towards localization to help to combat the NCD burden that we have discussed this morning in more depth. And one of the things that we have been experiencing is the fact that when we are localizing production, it's important that the goal of the localization is clearly access. And access needs to be defined in several ways. It needs to be defined in what geographical area is going to benefit from that local production. You know, sometimes it's a region or a country, sometimes it's multiple countries. It depends a little bit where we are in the world and what the needs are in that area. But localization of production of one part of the care pathway is always challenging. We have seen in the past where we are able to provide access and delivery and local production for, let's say, diagnostic tests, but then the therapy doesn't follow through and is not available. So it's very important that there is a holistic coordination to be able to provide support to the patients. Now, that doesn't mean everything needs to be produced or provided locally. Things do need to move around. It's impossible to produce everything everywhere. And we see sometimes there are competing localization initiatives that duplicate efforts and lead sometimes to a challenge in figuring out where investment needs to go and where partnerships from the industry that represent the medtech industry needs to be going. So that's always a bit of a challenge that we see in some parts of the world, because there's a very strong interest in localization these days. So that's something that we're seeing more and more of. What's also interesting is that simply because we localize doesn't mean that we need to compromise on the quality or on the care that we deliver. It's very important that we take the time to set up facilities that are able to deliver the care that everyone expects and needs. And there we see sometimes that the policy and the science or the production sometimes clash, because people want things to be up and running within a year or within a certain time frame from investment, and it might take longer to get the regulatory approvals, to get the product validation, the plant inspections, and so on set up to be able to deliver the quality products that people expect. It is something that's always a challenge. And the other challenge that we see is the fact that localization needs to be something with a long-term plan. For that, forecasting of demand is very important, because it's actually relatively easy to pump resources into building up a plant to produce something. We can do that. But if that plant is not actually being able to deliver a result and to be able to deliver goods that are needed, it will fall by the wayside. And we've seen this happen in several ways. We've seen it happen when plants are put in place for the production of a given technology, and then the local health system decides they're going to use a different approach to deal with cancer or to deal with some issues around tuberculosis or what have you. We also see that sometimes we have had examples where over-localization leads to competition of the supply chain. And I cannot emphasize enough the fact that no matter how much you localize, you're still reliant on a global supply chain, whatever you do. We had this during the COVID pandemic. We had one of our companies decided to release all the IP and all of the information and the production schematics for a ventilator at the time. Their idea, their intent was to make sure that the ventilator production could go up because it was rapidly needed. The consequence actually was that ventilator production of that model went down dramatically. The reason being, there were maybe 30 or 40 sites set up to produce it, and everyone managed to get a hold of one part of the components that was necessary, but it was really hard for any one facility to get all the components to get the ventilators going. So it actually slowed down production because of the lack of coordination. So it's something that does need to be coordinated, does need to be made clear. And we have also seen, following the pandemic, how across the board, we've had, for example, production of protective equipment set up in different countries to be able to have local production, which was considered critical and really essential and so on. A lot of that has withered on the vine. A lot of that has now disappeared. Many of the production facilities that were set up for that have now just simply faded away once the demand has gone down, and we found ourselves in a market where there was overproduction. So these are some of the reasons why it's so important to have a plan on the long term that is coordinated not just within the production facility itself, but with the local health authorities that are going to be using that care pathway in order to deliver results, and that the other elements of the care pathway are also available to those patients in those regions.
Thank you, Jesus. And I think that one of the areas where I believe that coordination and institutions can help is trade, right? You can't source everything in one place. So sometimes you need to bring some of the ingredients or something from elsewhere. So let me get now back to Prashant.
Thank you, Joanna. And I have some slides just so that you don't see only my face on the screen. You see some points I'm trying to make. If you could put the slides in a presentation mode, please. Thank you. And can we go to the next slide, please? Okay. So not too dissimilar from what Jesus just said, I fundamentally believe that if we are serious about any effort, we have to accept and internalize the trade-offs that exist. I, as a management scholar, study initiatives that have long-term implications and initiatives that die or do not make their intended impact. And one thing that stands out in it is if you understand the trade-offs, accept them and internalize them, and then say, yes, I understand, in doing more of this, I will lose this, then an initiative moves forward, all stakeholders aligned. If you shy away from accepting the trade-offs, then the initiative sooner or later either loses political momentum, technical challenges, or funding and payment challenges. So first and foremost is, as we think about non-communicable diseases, health technologies that we need for non-communicable diseases, and the role of regional manufacturing, we have to ask, what goal are we trying to fulfill here? Is it health equity? Is it jobs and industrial policy in countries? Is it trying to get the lowest cost per unit dose of output? Is it about supply resilience in the event of a disruption? And we cannot say that all of the above, right? We have to have a hierarchy in these objectives, because doing more of one does lead to some less or giving up on the others. So that's the first and foremost. That's not just for NCDs. That's something we've seen across the board, that these trade-offs are not fully understood, not fully internalized, and not fully accepted. Frederick Christensen can describe how this has worked or not worked for the regional vaccine manufacturing work, but I can speak for small molecules, I can speak for diagnostics, I can say the same is true for some small molecule NCD medicines. So that's the first and foremost part. Next slide, please. So what do we know about the benefits of regional manufacturing? So the first little graph that you see on the left, top left, is showing equity, and equity here is defined as what is the difference between the maximum and the minimum flow to a market. So some markets are getting their entire population, and some markets are getting the least population. What's the difference between the two? So in some ways, it's a crude measure of health equity or equity or inequity in allocation, to be precise. And what we see is if you add more nodes or if you delete more nodes, inequity grows. And the converse of this is also true, that if you have more manufacturing plants, when there is a supply constraint, there is lesser inequity. So if we care about health equity, we should think about having more manufacturing plants, period, right? That's almost like what we call as theorems. So that part is clear. The second graphic on the bottom talks about this number, or the y-axis then talks about what is the benefit to society by having a new manufacturing plant. And there what we see is, as you have, and the x-axis is what I call as the capacity sufficiency ratio, which means the total global capacity relative to the total global demand. Now, as the global capacity sufficiency ratio, as I call it, as it goes higher, which means you have 5 times more capacity than what the demand is, the benefits to society from adding a new manufacturing plant start decreasing. Again, intuitive, it shouldn't be anything surprising. So now we've got to ask the question, we are playing where we are saying adding a new manufacturing plant for NCDs, and I'll get into which products in a minute, leads to better benefit or greater benefits for society. It improves health equity, but those benefits and the equity benefits start decreasing when global capacity is very large. So then it raises the question, should we be asking this question of regional manufacturing for health technologies for NCDs across the board, or should we be asking this product by product by looking at the global market dynamics? And the answer is evident. It should be product by product. We can't make a general across-the-board statement. For some products, it is very clear that they ought to be manufactured in more locations. Society benefits, that geography benefits, health equity benefits, and so on. For other products, that may not be the case. And this creates questions on who decides what product mix will a new company choose? And I'm of the fundamental belief that it should be up to the company that is setting up a new plant to decide what products they want to pursue making. It should not be some kind of global coordination mechanism that goes and says, thou shall make this product. But at the same time, information about, I think Jesus mentioned global supply chains, which is doing so sometimes will hurt us globally because we are still relying on a scarce source of global supply. We are further fragmenting some input material, which is not necessarily going to help this equity consideration. Those choices require a very clear coordination across different types of decision makers. And I'm super excited and glad that the three agencies have put together this Trilateral Symposium and have highlighted this topic of regional manufacturing for NCDs. But this is the kind of coordination that is needed because trade, supply chains, and product mix, there is intense linkages between the three, which is what guides to whether or not we'll have the benefits. And then the last point is, if you look across the companies that have come up and have started regional manufacturing of small molecules, large biologics, diagnostics, one thing stands out amongst them is the ones who succeed in the long term have what I call as dynamic capabilities. What I mean by that is they are the ones who, once they started making a health technology, are not sitting complacent. They are constantly evaluating, how can I get a tech transfer for something new that has come into this therapeutic area? What do I have to do to change my capital equipment? What do I have to do to change my manufacturing process? Right? And that dynamic capability and management expertise is something we oftentimes don't give enough attention to. And we say, oh, as long as we have engineers, we have process analysts, we have chemists, we'll do fine, let's train them. So I stress the need for management capacity and dynamic capabilities for long-term sustainability. I'll pause there. Back to you, Jana.
Thank you very much, Prashant. Let me now turn to Frederick and receive his initial thoughts.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you for inviting RVMC and myself here to this discussion. The Regionalized Vaccine Manufacturing Collaborative, as the name says, is focused on vaccines. So I'll focus my comments on vaccines in the context of NCDs. A little bit more about why we see regional approaches as being important, which is probably preaching to the convinced. Some of the difficult questions that still need tackling, and 2 words about RVMC and coordination, as you mentioned. So I think vaccines, traditionally have been focused primarily on infectious diseases, but will be or are already important for NCDs and will increasingly become so, also in the global south in the longer run. I mean, indirectly, vaccines are essential to manage the severity of disease among people with NCDs. We saw that very clearly during COVID, where the risk from having a COVID-19 infection, if you had a multiple of these chronic diseases and a high age, you had a risk of dying of 20 times a young and healthy person. So indirectly, vaccines are really important for people with NCDs. But directly, we're seeing technological advancements in the vaccine space where vaccines are being developed to directly combat NCDs as well. I mean, we already have vaccines tackling infectious diseases like the human papillomavirus, which causes both cervical, penile, and throat cancers, as well as the hepatitis B virus, causes a number of these cancers both in the liver as well as in the digestive tract and more broadly. So, and there are a number of vaccines being developed now which have promising results from late-stage development trials against cancers, and we're seeing the development of personalized cancers, as well as vaccines against Alzheimer's disease, which has now just received a fast-track designation. So, of course, these vaccines are going to be extremely expensive to begin with, and as such will have limited impact, unfortunately, in the global south. But over time, with higher volumes and innovation, I'm sure it will follow the traditional development and become cheaper and more available over time, and can be an important part of a portfolio of products that are developed by a manufacturer. Now, regional approaches are clearly more cost-effective than national ones, and we've already talked a little bit about this. I think both Jesus and Prashant touched on the risks of over-establishing capacities. And we have seen also that the World Bank and IFC did a study to analyze compare if you have a regional approach to a vaccine manufacturing site versus a number of national ones, the return on investment is about 7 times higher. However, as we have also already discussed, one of the key issues is really the long-term sustainability. And we saw from Prashant's presentation that there's a clear link between increased number of manufacturing sites and equity. I noticed the assumption under that analysis being that all nodes are identical. And of course, in the real world, it's going to be much more complicated. And having different types of vaccine platforms for different types of diseases complicates the matter considerably. So we are, from an RVMC point of view, trying to support regional efforts to strengthen sustainable and predictable vaccine demand in particular. We see if there's a long-term demand signals or mechanisms to pool demand, that will help in terms of manufacturers being able to decrease their prices in the face of larger markets. And very much linked to that is also the need for then regulatory harmonization, so that there is really a bigger market being established. But there are still a number of very difficult questions that need tackling. We talked about the fact that increasing capacity in and of itself is not sufficient, particularly not if these manufacturing sites are also going to be used for their resilience. And as Prashant very appropriately pointed out, there are trade-offs here. I mean, the focus for this regional vaccine manufacturing input, sort of the energy behind that, has been the experience from COVID-19 and the wish to get more equity and better resilience. But it does mean that over at least a considerable period of time, probably 5 to 10 years, the costs will be higher. And so the question is, who is going to pay for this? And and these types of questions, as well as the agreements that are needed within a region on how countries then will collaborate. If everybody can't, who will be the producers, who will be the takers, who will set these agreements up? And I also agree that it's at the end of the day, it's sovereign countries and sovereign manufacturers who have to make the decisions. But what we can do is to help them with the necessary data and the necessary facts, so that they ideally can make a bit more rational decisions when they make these decisions. So let me just wrap up by saying that RVMC is particularly focusing on the African continent, Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as Southeast Asia, and working with the Africa CDC on this, as well as PAHO, and in the ASEAN region, there's the Thai National Vaccine Institute has been pointed as the focal point for that region. So we're working very closely with these regional bodies. So in conclusion, I think vaccines are becoming and will become increasingly important also in the NCD space. A regional approach is clearly beneficial, both from a technical and financial point of view, but there's still a long way to go and a number of very difficult questions that still needs addressing.
Thank you, Frederick. If I can turn now to Camille, please.
Yeah, and thank you, Joanna, for including the perspective of the Access to Medicine Foundation in this discussion. Just to give a bit of context about our work at the foundation, we are a nonprofit organization, research-based, and our mandate is to mobilize the healthcare sectors and the private sector to improve access to medicine in low and middle income countries specifically. And I think it's quite timely, as we heard this morning, that the burden of NCDs is mainly bear by those low and middle income countries. And a few things I want to mention, because we just published actually last month the last Access to Medicine Index that assessed the effort of the 20 largest pharma company in improving access to LMICs. I think what we see within the last 2 years is that there has been progress, but the pace remains slow, and there is an urgent need for pharmaceutical companies to scale up their efforts to improve access. There's few promising trends that I wanted to share today. The first one being pharmaceutical companies are starting to prioritize low-income country and lower middle-income country within what we call an inclusive business model, so specific business model that they launch to try and reach underserved population that are not reached through traditional access strategy. Those have like promising geographic commitments, but mostly relevant for these discussions. The portfolio offered under those models is in majority for NCD treatments. And those NCD treatments, again, haven't been traditionally covered by traditional access strategy by companies. But again, this development is from the last 5 years. The last model are still in the earlier phase. The implementation for now is somewhat mixed. So this is definitely something we're going to follow in terms of the trend. And with those models, I think it's also important for the private sector and the pharma company to have clear target and goal in terms of the number of patients reached, not only the number of medicine that they're going to produce, but like, are your medicine going to reach the targets and reach like the last mile? And with that, if those models are proven to be successful, of course, the demand is going to grow. And there's other mechanisms that companies need to consider to improve that local availability in LMICs. And here we are talking, for example, about licensing. We were talking this morning about lessons learned during COVID-19. I think we saw increased engagement of companies in non-exclusive voluntary licensing during the pandemic. However, in the last index, we saw kind of a loss of momentum, and those levels have been reverted to what we saw pre-pandemic. Only 2 new licenses have been issued in the last 2 years. So again, when licensed, specifically when coupled with technology transfer, are a powerful way also to build capacity, local capacity for manufacturing. But again, loss of momentum here from the pharma industry. And this, despite the first license for NCD that was issued in 2022 by Novartis for an oncology product. But there hasn't been any follow-up on new license for NCD treatment. And this despite the fact that an organization like the Medicine Patent Pool has prioritized many NCD treatments that are in those company portfolio for licensing. And the last thing I want to mention, again, in terms of local manufacturing, we really think that the private sector has a role to play. They have the expertise, they have the know-how in terms of manufacturing. And when we look at it at the foundation, we are not prescriptive in terms of are you setting your own plant in low and middle income country, or are you transferring technology? And what we see in terms of tech transfer from the initiative from those 20 largest companies, they are mainly focused in 3 countries. Not surprisingly, Brazil, India, and China, and largely overlook whole region like Sub-Saharan Africa, with the exception of South Africa. I'm sure Stavros is going to mention it in a little while. But the positive spin to it in terms of tech transfer is like most of the tech transfer from those 20 innovators are focused on NCD treatment and specifically on diabetes. And we see in diabetes, this is for insulin, but also small molecules. So again, indicating a bit of momentum here. And just to conclude, like my point here, I think again in that area of building local manufacturing, we talk about coordination. I think it is important to include the private sectors in those discussions. Again, they have the financial means, they have the technical expertise, but when those companies do engage, again, they need to engage sustainably. They need to have clear targets and clear measurable targets. So yeah, that will conclude.
Camille, thank you very much. Could I have Krista come in for us now, please?
I'm going to speak about the MSF experience on the supply and prices of medicines for diabetes and hypertension, with a specific focus on diabetes today, looking at the opportunities for overcoming monopolies, whether they're patent monopolies or supply monopolies. So MSF in our medical projects witnessed the increasing burden of NCDs in many LMICs, as was described in the opening session this morning. We have projects in South Africa where diabetes has become the #1 killer of South African women. We have been supplying insulin pens in Gaza, in Ukraine, and in South Sudan, where the challenges to treat diabetes are very stark, and where improved methods of treating people with diabetes help to improve quality of life and treatment outcomes. And what we witness as the barriers to older off-patent medicines, including insulin, include this situation of insulin manufacturing, supply, and pricing being dominated by 3 major corporations. After considering that insulin is over 100 years old, we still have this market monopoly situation. And this corporate dominance and decisions that they make affect people's lives. So we've seen that on the ground in South Africa, where the South African government had made an effort to improve the treatment of people with diabetes by providing them with insulin in pen devices instead of in vials and syringes. And when they went to repeat their tender last year, there was no answer to the tender. So the people that had been maintained in the public sector program, the public sector diabetes program, who had been used to treating themselves with insulin pens, suddenly were in a position of having to consider changing to vials and syringes. So it was a big retraining that would be needed for a huge cohort of people. South Africa was buying about between 4 and 5 million insulin pens per year for their public sector treatment program. Other corporate decision-making that is happening is that these 2 of the big 3 companies that make insulin are stepping slowly away from the human insulin market. So we know Sanofi stopped producing human insulin in 2022, 2023. Novo Nordisk has stepped away from providing human insulin in pens. This was part of the problem in South Africa. And they instead offer human insulin in vials as their kind of access initiative to provide insulin for people. And we consider this a double standard approach, because this kind of offer of human insulin in vials would never be made to people living with diabetes in high income settings. So when you have a failure to supply with this kind of market dominance, it has an effect on people's lives. And as we heard from Dr. Farrar this morning, when you have a privilege and power and agency, it comes with a responsibility. And we believe that these companies have a responsibility to supply in their position of privilege. Prices remain out of reach, especially of insulin pens. And that's why many governments kind of feel that they don't have a choice but to buy the more affordable or cheaper priced human insulin vials. And then we have contract manufacturing deals and voluntary license tactics of these companies as their model for diversification of manufacturing and supply. The other barrier that we've seen is that we need guidance from WHO to member states and humanitarian agencies to rationalize treatment and to enable volume approach to procurement. This kind of evidence is this kind of guidance is needed even more now as the pharmaceutical companies, the insulin manufacturers start stepping away from some of the more traditional human insulins. So member states are left without kind of proper guidance of how to handle that. So we asked WHO to issue that guidance and update it for type 1 and type 2 diabetes, as well as implementing their guidelines for hypertension. And then the other barrier that we've seen is the market kind of neglecting the needs of people with type 2 diabetes in low and middle income countries. So here I'm talking about the newer medicines for type 2 diabetes, the GLP-1s and the SGLT2s, which are now standard of care for people in high income countries because they decrease cardiovascular deaths in people with type 2 diabetes and other risk factors. So these are standard of care in high income countries, yet not available in many and most low income countries. There's similar market dominance as two of the big three companies that make insulin also make GLP-1s. There's no guaranteed long-term access, even when some of these trials are happening in low and middle income countries. And we have insufficient supply to meet demand. As the demand is increasing, we see more and more shortages because there is no mechanism to increase the supply. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the prices remain out of reach, this chart in the top left is the kind of the traditional show from the prices of ARVs from Untangling the Web, and show how that the prices came down by 90% once competition was introduced. So we wanted to do the same thing for medicines for diabetes and hypertension. And we asked the question, what could the prices be for diabetes medicines? And we did a study on estimating the cost of production for these medicines and showed that actually these medicines are highly overpriced based on their estimated cost of production. And you can see the different prices here, the green ones being the estimated cost to produce medicines for one person per patient per month, whether it's insulin in a pre-filled pen or in a vial. And the prices for pre-filled pens, the most convenient and easiest way to give insulin, are not that much higher than providing human insulin in vials. And that's not even taking into consideration the cost of all of the supplies that are needed as well. So we see that price is a barrier along with the supply monopoly, but these prices are extraordinarily high. The profits of these pharmaceutical companies are extraordinary as well. And we've shown that prices could come down and it can be made more affordable to treat people even with insulin pens. And there's a chicken and an egg thing here because the pharmaceutical companies say that the prices of the pens are very high because the volumes are not very high. The demand is not high, but the demand will never be high until the prices come down. So that's why we also need this kind of guidance. Next slide, please. IP as a barrier to supply expansion, especially of the GLP-1s, not for insulins. As we know, insulins are old and most are off patent, but for GLP-1s, we still do have patent monopolies. And we wrote to the companies asking them for a response about the access and supply situation. And one company wrote us back that their IP approach is differentiated and that they will not engage in patenting activities in in least developed countries and low income countries. And this includes patents for both their medicines and delivery devices. But indeed, we do see semaglutide pens still under patent. Those are the GLP-1s from Novo. But where we've seen the supply problem is actually in many middle-income countries with manufacturing capacity, who are then blocked from manufacturing and improving the supply of these medicines for which there's a global shortage. So from a health perspective, these monopolies, whether they're patents or otherwise, need to be addressed also in middle-income countries, not just LDCs and LICs. In these middle-income countries, which could have manufacturing and supply to supply themselves because they also have increasing NCD burdens. Next slide, please. So this is just a kind of scheme of where we could see as MSF the opportunities for local production or diversification of production. The first three are the status currently of local production initiatives via contract manufacturing agreements and bilateral licenses by the big three pharmaceutical companies that are making insulin. So I think that those companies, some are represented here and we'll likely speak about them. For the GLP-1s, there are not necessarily contract manufacturing initiatives yet, but rather distribution and promotion initiatives through bilateral agreements. The other opportunities as we see them based on public health needs, if these contract manufacturing agreements don't meet public health needs, we see opportunities, many opportunities for generics, for GLP-1s to be put in pen devices or even pre-filled syringes. We know that Indian generic companies are ready to go once the patent expires. SGLT2s are available already in generic forms and development is ongoing. And then for biosimilars, there are biosimilar analogs, quality assured and available in many high-income markets. But when we see the need for insulin, we see that local production initiatives should include insulin, but also pen devices. So they should be developed in coordination to allow improved quality of patient care for people. So lastly, just to summarize, people needing essential medicines for, next slide, please. People needing essential medicines for diabetes treatment face market monopolies. Meaningful production to meet local public health needs is often blocked, and decisions are made unilaterally by the patent holders and by the market monopolists. Transparency, legal, and policy interventions to overcome the monopolies are often absent, and countries need this kind of guidance and support from the trilateral. And we see that access conditions need to be included from the beginning to ensure access to newer diabetes medicines in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Krista, for that. And then let me go online to Stavros.
Good afternoon, colleagues. And firstly, let me send my greetings and also appreciate the opportunity that's been presented here to discuss what is an emerging crisis and need, I believe. So let me commend all three of the organizations, WTO, WHO, and WIPO, for this initiative, and in particular the DGs. I'm terribly sorry I cannot be there in person, and I will try and do my best from speaking out of South Africa, and hopefully I'm audible. I want to provide my 7 or so minute input in two parts. I think firstly, let's look at the landscape at the moment. And I'm going to speak very much out of the lens of Africa and an African. Africa traditionally has been known as a continent of infectious diseases. Now, we know that Africa has the most disproportionate disease burden of any continent. And the feeling was the disproportionality related to infectious diseases, HIV, AIDS, TB, and others. And in fact, nothing can be further removed from the truth, because Africa has caught up through a rising tide of non-communicable diseases, anything you would see in the developed and or Western world, and in fact is on the brink of overtaking the Western world and the richer nations when it comes to non-communicable diseases. We are seeing, quite simply put, an explosion of, in particular, type 2 diabetes on the continent. In my own country here, South Africa, the prevalence of type 2 diabetes has more than doubled in the last 11 years. The prevalence of diabetes is sitting at almost 12% now, and 1 in 2 patients are undiagnosed. Many patients present very late stage. It's very difficult to get into renal clinics. This is the extent of the late stage or end stage presentation of kidney disease. It's certainly not confined to kidney disease. I mean, the complications of diabetes are well known and recorded through what we call the cardiometabolic renal syndrome of diseases. So we are starting to see patients with impaired vision, kidney disease I spoke about earlier. We are starting to see peripheral neuropathies in patients, digits and limbs being amputated. So I'm presenting quite a terrifying picture, deliberately so, because if South Africa and Africa don't do something about turning back the tide on non-communicable diseases, and I've only centered around one, which is diabetes. I could easily be speaking about cancer and the explosion of cancers that we're seeing, and I can also reference why we're seeing these things, which I will do in a moment. But my point here, as the first preface, is that unless we do something drastic, the non-communicable disease pandemic, so we don't need to wait for the next pandemic, it's already on our doorstep in the form of NCDs. Unless we turn the tide, I'm afraid that healthcare systems and economies on the African continent will be completely overwhelmed. And I said earlier, I'm deliberately presenting a terrifying picture, but it's a factual picture. And if it's coming across as being alarmist, it's probably intended to be the case, because we have already lived through HIV and AIDS in the early 2000s. And arguably what could come down the line is going to be worse and more severe than HIV and AIDS. So let me move to the second part, which is how do we solve the problem? Now, we learned as Africa, together with the rest of the world, that at a time of crisis, a public health crisis, or during a time of pandemic, there's no solidarity. The only thing that can happen is that you've got to depend on your own capacities and capabilities. It's as simple as that. And we all said as a global community in 2020 and 2021, and I must commend again WTO, Dr. Ngozi played a pivotal role in this. The WHO similarly, we all said that never again shall the inequities that we experienced in 2020-21 ever be repeated again. We've got to get vaccine equity. We've got to scale up production on the African continent and all the other levers and measures we spoke about. And unfortunately, as I reflect 3 years on to see if there has been progress, regrettably, there's been very little progress. We are in the same position with Mpox. Africa needs 10 million doses of Mpox vaccines. I'm sure the DG of Africa CDC might have mentioned this morning. To date, there have only been around 270,000 doses, so 2.7% if you want received. And again, Africa is far from producing an Mpox vaccine. The other thing is, because we hear lots of things that, things are improving and things are moving along. Well, I think the most telling way to measure any progress would have to be on the trade statistics. And unfortunately, the pharmaceutical trade imbalance in Africa continues to grow year on year. So that's telling me that any of the measures we are currently looking at are not working. So let me end off by what do we need to do to secure manufacturing, regional manufacturing capacity and capabilities. My other colleagues, some of them on this panel have alluded to this already. You don't need a plethora or proliferation of manufacturing facilities. What you need is a carefully thought out plan that enables complementarity across the continent through a regional manufacturing model. Now, what do I believe, and what does the African manufacturing groups, what do they believe should the plan be, or what ought it to look like? And the plan is a 4-point plan. So let me quickly run through the 4 points. Number one is we need reform of the international procurement agencies' procurement mechanisms. They are presently very much geared at importing products into Africa. And again, the trade statistics don't lie. We said that Africa only produces 1% of its vaccines in 2020. Well, I'm afraid the number is still 1%. It hasn't shifted. So if there's any doubt that we're making progress, I think the numbers are clear and demonstrable in many respects. Point two, or intervention two, is the continent needs to set up a pooled procurement mechanism. Now, number 1 and 2, international procurement agency reform mechanisms of procurement and pooled procurement are critical to ensuring sustainable facilities on the African continent. If you do not have sustainable facilities, if you do not have predictable demand, these facilities will shut down and the inequity gap will continue to grow. So it's as simple as that. So everything I'm saying today is very much geared at how do you achieve sustainable, predictable production on the African continent. Point number 3, Africa cannot and does not at this point in time develop its own technologies. It does not have great development capacities. It does not have great R&D capabilities. So it is very much dependent on technology transfer partnerships. And I'm afraid to say that the models that are being used at present are not fit for purpose for Africa. We've regressed in this area. In the early 2000s, the HIV antiretroviral models included full technology transfers with full know-how, full intellectual data transfers. We have now regressed to a very different model. You can cite the lenacapavir, the cabotegravir examples. Those are good examples, and there are many others. But you also have to ask yourself, the medicines patent pool has done a fantastic job over the years, but its model doesn't work for Africa because there are only 2 African licensees through the MPP model, and to the best of my knowledge, only one of those has gone into production. So that tells you that the technology transfer model for Africa is not working. We need full tech transfers with know-how and intellectual data transfer. Let me end off with the 4th point, the 4th intervention. We need an accelerated integration of and harmonization of regulatory systems across the continent, but more importantly, we need integration, mutual recognition, and let me underline very strongly, we need priority review and parallel submissions between WHO pre-qualification and domestic regulators in the country of origin. Now, this is a conversation that commenced, I think, in earnest on the 7th of October in Cape Town with Rogerio and SAPRA. And I'm really hoping here that through sessions and engagements such as this one, we're able to accelerate this, because we cannot have a situation where it takes 5 to 7 years before an African producer can have his or her product procured either domestically, regionally, or by the international procurement agencies, Gavi, PEPFAR, and others. So we need to truncate this to 18 months. It's very possible through priority reviews and parallel submissions, but we need both the political will and accelerated implementation. Thanks very much. That's a blueprint to be followed. We will make significant progress for patients if we follow this 4-point blueprint. Thanks very much.
Stavros, thank you. Thank you very much for this overview. And all our panelists, I think you have set the scene very well on what is happening on the ground, some of the challenges that countries and communities are facing, have given some ideas for some solutions, and we had asked, specifically, what more can we do on coordination? And some of our speakers gave us some initial thoughts, but I'd like to really dig down a little bit more on this issue of enhanced information sharing, transparency, and coordination. This is like a 3-part question that I'd like to ask you all to see if you can answer in 3 minutes. So to what extent does the increase of NCD partnerships and initiatives make it challenging to understand what is happening on the ground and to ensure synergies, complementarity, and sustainability of these numerous projects? And there might be gaps when we only see that there are, many projects, but some areas there might be big gaps. And can coordination be further improved? And if so, what kind of a mechanism would we need, and where or how should we host it? If you don't mind, Jesus, I'd like to start with you again. 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
3 minutes, easy question, no problem. So I think it's interesting that you mentioned the increase in partnership doesn't make it easier or harder. I know that from experience, some of the companies I work with, when they make an effort to engage, their initial reaction is to be baffled. Like, okay, so who is it that we're really supposed to be talking to here?
Mm-hmm.
Who is it that's going to be able to allow us to have a partnership so that our products can be made available or produced locally, and how is that going to work? And it does actually create a small barrier to going forward, but the organizations that have a commitment to make it work will work through this. It's a barrier, but it's more of a bit of a false one. For when there's really a will, we can get past this. But there is then the question of how can we coordinate better from a patient care pathway? And I think that that's a little bit the area where things are very challenging, because my background is in diagnostics amongst other things, and I've seen some really good technology transfers and build up in the diagnostic space, but that wasn't necessarily followed up with an equivalent amount of work in the therapeutic space. So you were able to diagnose the patients, but we weren't able to treat them afterwards, and that leaves you hanging in the middle. So it's really important to have a good coordination at that level. It's a three-way coordination. You need to have the health system and the political will in the country to make it happen, or in the region. You need to have your diagnostic capacity and your therapeutic capacity. Now, depending on the NCD in question, those elements vary and shift, but it needs to go as a package. It's very difficult to do it piecemeal, and unfortunately, much of the effort that we've seen up till now has been piecemeal.
Thank you, Jesus. That was very clear. If I can go back to you, Prashant.
Yeah, so I will say, I mean, there is need for coordination in NCD care and access more broadly, which is not just limited to regional manufacturing of NCD technologies, right? And some of what Jesus pointed out are precisely in very salient points, which is we've got to look at the entire care pathway. We've got to ask the question, what technologies, and I'm using the word technology so that it's broad enough to include diagnosis, screening, treatment, other things which may be in the domain of preventive technologies for NCDs, that we have a good understanding of what each of those are and how do they come together, right? But in that structure, we have to then ask which of these lend themselves best for regional manufacturing, and the nature of information and coordination required for that is quite intense and is, to be very candid, it is resource intensive, because there are groups and platforms that focus on regional manufacturing. Let's say for vaccines, like Frederick mentioned, there is an African effort, which is the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa. There are equivalent efforts in other regions of the world, in Latin America, in the Caribbean, in Southeast Asia, and so on. So they are focused, they're agnostic to a disease area, they're agnostic to a therapeutic area. They're about regional manufacturing in that region and overcoming barriers for that. So something which looks at program needs for NCD to improve NCD outcomes, what are the key technologies, then connects them back to these regional manufacturing efforts and says, how do we make sure that NCDs remain top of the agenda in these regional manufacturing efforts, and they don't necessarily focus overly on only infectious disease products or vaccines for infectious disease and so on. That's one type of coordination. The second type of coordination is referring back to my earlier point, which is in identifying what are, someday, yes, we will get to having all of the key technologies for NCDs manufactured regionally. That would be a great moment. But somehow, can we start collecting information that guides us as to which are the ones that are most critical? Where can patient needs and access improve the most if we had more regional manufacturing? Can we identify 3, 4, 5 products and technologies for that, where there is general convergence? Again, not in a prescriptive manner to say all manufacturers will make that, but just to say this is what information points to. And that has to come by the trifecta of the WIPO, WHO, and WTO, because that decision-making requires looking deeply at health and health outcomes. It requires looking at trade, and it requires looking at intellectual property and tech transfers, right? So bring those. So to answer your question, Johanna, I would say the 3 agencies that have put this together are the ones who can make this happen quite meaningfully by building the bridges with the regional manufacturing platforms on one side and the NCD treatment programs on the other side, to see what the needs are and how can the needs translate into regional manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashant. You both have answered that question very directly. So, Frederick, I'm eager to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Well, being invited here and having worked primarily in infectious diseases the last few, or probably 10, 15 years, I think one thing I'm really struck by is sort of a need for further conversation between the NCD world and crowd, so to speak, and the infectious disease, particularly at the global level, because I think, you know, as an ex-general practitioner, if you're sitting out in the field, this distinction is really quite irrelevant. And I think also from an industrial perspective, as I tried to talk about, the distinction is also, my hypothesis is it'll become increasingly less of a distinction. So, so I think what you're doing here in terms of bringing those two aspects together is really important. Secondly, and that's speaking more from having been in global health the last 20 years, I think a global coordinating mechanism makes me a bit skeptical. I agree with Prashant of, you know, the three organizations here have the platform, but I think we do need to look as to whether there are good examples of, you know, true global coordination. Because at the end of the day, as we've spoken about, I think, you know, sovereign countries and either commercial or non-commercial entities will be making their decisions. So I think if we can help them with some data and facts to be more rational in that decision making, I think that's potentially one of the big things. Finally, I think as the regional advocacy, you know, the collaborative that I'm now leading, in a small way, we hope to at least use what we call a framework, which is looking across sort of the supply side, the demand side issues, and also the regulatory and policy issues, and do a little bit of a mapping of what's the state of play in the three regions I talked about. And so, you know, come up with a little bit of a, not a scorecard, that's probably too ambitious, but at least a little bit of a mirror, you know, what's happening within each of these domains in each of the regions, and where are there potentially over engagement, where is there lack of engagement, where are the gaps. So just having data, again, to feed back to the global community as to what is actually going on. I think that's a very basic starting point.
So yes, the word coordination can cover a lot or not really. But I think what is coming a bit clearer is the need to coordinate data and information, which goes to the transparency. Not necessarily coordinate what countries, obviously, or factories should be doing, but at least have the information available so that they can make better decisions. Okay, and identify gaps. Okay, Camille, your thoughts?
Yes, and I think a lot of NSTD partnership, I mean, it's also a positive sign that there's more attention to the question, right? But indeed, too many can lead like to some effort duplication and inefficiency in the allocation of the resources. And we see a good example in, for example, in diabetes, with some organization trying to convene all the actors like funders, but also the private sectors, like governments, to kind of break those silos and avoid duplication in terms of initiative on the ground. But also in terms of company-led initiative, in many cases, there's a lack of clarity of where they are happening, what's their objective. Within the index, we try to provide like an independent overview of that landscape, but we're also really incentivizing company to be transparent about progress and implementation of those initiatives, and put it out there, not only to hold them accountable toward their commitments, but also to foster partnership, because again, as we say, like data are important, and having those data out there can help foster partnership. I think Jesus mentioned that some of the companies sometimes are struggling to find partner to implement those initiatives, but again, being transparent with those challenges can really help like foster partnership for greater impact. And again, partnership, like when launching those initiatives, they need to reply like to clear needs on the ground, right? To avoid duplication, to avoid silo. But I think that there has been few mechanisms that we saw in the communicable disease world, with the Global Fund, for example, having that global coordination mechanism, but also having country-level coordination mechanism, bringing all actors together to make kind of proposal with like civil society, private sector, governments, but again, to avoid duplication and avoid inefficiency. And I think in terms of like the role of WTO, WIPO at WHO, I think clear like trade framework, IP framework, and clinical guidelines will really help companies to make effort in that area and instill confidence to launch those initiatives and to participate in such efforts.
Thank you very much, Camille. Krista, your point of view?
Thank you. I mean, not much to add on top of my colleagues. I think as long as we agree that the approach should be driven by public health needs, the collaboration will be better set. So again, just an appeal to have it driven by like evidence-based guidelines. I mean, it was good to hear from Dr. Farrar this morning that there will be this kind of triangulation between guidelines, PQ, and presumably the EML, and then that should drive manufacturers to see what is needed, what is recommended for treatment. I mean, we see the needs are there. The numbers are, you know, of people living with hypertension, the increasing burden of type 2 diabetes globally. Definitely the needs are there and the supply is constrained. So there's a need for expanding manufacturing, whether that's through the different mechanisms that the trade and IP agencies can help facilitate, but definitely to have it driven by health needs and by clinical guidance. Thank you.
Thank you. Stavros?
Okay, I'm afraid I couldn't really hear the previous speakers very well where I am, but let me make some additional comments if I may. Of course, they'll be consistent with what I was saying earlier. I firstly want to touch on this area of sustainable demand and sustainable manufacturing facilities. Now, again, I'm referencing the African continent because this is where the need is most manifest, but also where the inequality gap is at its widest. It won't be the first time that there have been considerations around an African manufacturing pharmaceutical plan. There have been various facilities around the continent that have either been mothballed or downsized or even shut down. So the need to have a different approach to procurement, both from the international agencies that are procuring. And that's why we're quite encouraged by what PEPFAR are saying. They're saying they want to procure for 2 million African patients antiretrovirals in the next 5 years. They want to, so that's about a third of what they're procuring. So 2 million Africans procured from African producers. I think we need those sort of ambitious targets, but they're also realistic targets. And the 4-point plan I elucidated earlier will allow that to happen. But we also need to have offtake agreements. So in the absence of offtake agreements, and this was my criticism of the AVMA, the AVMA, African Vaccine Manufacturers Accelerator, is a good first step. However, it doesn't secure any production for the African continent or any order for that matter. So it's all well and good saying, look, we're going to incentivize 30 US cents per dose up to a maximum of $1 per vial. But if there's nothing placed by way of orders, the incentive doesn't really work. So we need offtake agreements to ensure the sustainability. And then very lastly, I just want to re-emphasize the point again on technology transfers. Africa does depend on technology transfers, as I said earlier. And what is the model that Africa seeks? Certainly until Africa is able to build its own economies of scale, its own volume throughputs, when you start doing that, you can then move to the next step, which is developing your own development capacities and capabilities, your own technologies. We're not at that stage yet. So what do we need? We need to revert back to a model, the Gilead model of 2003, 2004 was a very good model because it included what we would call the tech transfer with all the bells and whistles. And the bells and whistles include sharing the intellectual data. Important for two reasons, because A, Africa doesn't have that capability, and B, it also helps accelerate the processes. So in conclusion, I've added a little more color to the points I made earlier. There's a 4-point plan. I hope that the 3 agencies will embrace the 4-point plan. In some respects, they have already. Give it further momentum, give it further traction and acceleration. We need to act with swiftness. If we miss out on this window of opportunity again, then I'm afraid we will denude capacity, denude industrialization on the continent, and we will be back to a widening inequality gap. So thanks very much, colleagues and ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Stavros. I have a few more questions for my panelists, but before I get carried away, I might let the audience maybe have a question or two. If not, I'm afraid that we would run out of time. So if anyone has a question now that they'd like to pose, if not, I'll go on with my own. No? Okay. Then I have many more to draw from. I want to switch a little bit the focus from coordination to other issues, which I think are very important. And Jesus, I wanted to ask you about supply chains and logistics. Because, you know, it's at the WTO, of course, we're very much into trade facilitation and making supply chains as efficient as possible. So what, you know, specific measures do you think would help address some market disruptions and changes in demand, you know, and we've talked about, you know, pooled procurement, but if you could give some more ideas or specifics and how, you know, can pooled procurement help? How does that come in with the supply chains and the whole overall organization that we need to put in place?
That's an interesting question. Yes, pooled procurement is one solution that helps. But there's also a really important aspect on understanding trade in health products. One of the things that we see is that there are various levels of challenges to getting some health products across the borders. And this has to do in part with regulatory challenges. It has to do also in part with some countries imposing substantial level of tariffs on some health products as well, that sort of it's done sometimes to protect local production, sometimes for other reasons, but at the end of the day, it does drive prices up and therefore makes access a little bit more difficult in those situations. We're also looking at possible solutions when it looks at trying to find the right balance, especially when you have localized production, of the materials that you need to run this, because localized production does not make supply chain management easier. Actually, it makes it harder, because you find yourself not only needing to deal with the downstream supply chain where you're sending your product out and you have to get to that last mile, but you also have to get maybe hundreds of inputs into your manufacturing facility, some of which you might be able to procure locally, great, some of which you will not. And so you do have to have this viable trade strategy to be able to access all of these materials and make them work together. And that's where you need comprehensive trade agreements to be able to get things moving.
Thank you. I think it's an important side, you know, of the trade agreement and the implementation, right, on technical assistance and capacity building, having that holistic approach that can look.
One part that is often overlooked is that more and more when it comes to enabling manufacturing or providing healthcare solutions, you're not just talking about trading goods, but also trading services. It's very important that we're able to provide services, be it training the staff, being able to service the systems, being able to deliver all kinds of services that are able to help the health systems move forward. So it's a very complex network of trade that we have when it comes to healthcare, and it's one that really needs to be taken care of.
And of course, that includes digital, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me turn to Prashant. The long-term success of regional manufacturing can depend on factors, as you mentioned, that sometimes might get ignored or don't get enough attention: the product mix, flexibility in production assets, and managerial talent, which you mentioned. So are there any circumstances in which market conditions and investment that is required in research and development speak against the diversification of manufacturing capacities?
Yes, Johanna. So I think it's important to keep in mind that there are two trends that we see happening in the market for production of health technologies. One is, and they are both contrary to each other. One is a trend where high volume and high throughput manufacturing for technologies where we didn't have that in the past is starting to take shape. One example is lateral flow tests to make rapid diagnostics, right? I mean, we now see examples of very high volume manufacturing of lateral flow tests, which then pushes us to ask the question, if you can make 5 billion lateral flow tests in one single facility with a relatively small footprint, then should we solve the allocation inequity problem differently than multiple manufacturing sites? The other trend is that modular production is becoming more feasible, and the cost of manufacturing in a more modular, and I say modular means at a smaller scale, so less than 50 million doses in a drug substance or a drug product line, that once we get to that point, then we say, well, maybe that is the better path to go. So we are seeing those two trends, which sometimes appear to be countervailing. And that's where the need for the coordination needs that you asked come back once again. And there are many examples in the NCD space where we can see this very, very clearly and somewhat vividly. One additional thing I wanted to mention was related to your asks of coordination and what types and when. So our colleague from Medicines Sans Frontières rightfully brought out that we are seeing this challenge of use of vials versus pens or cartridges and so on. And I'm not saying that's the real reason, or I don't know whether it's a real reason or an excuse, but we also have to keep in mind that companies, especially the ones who have to report on their sustainability, biodiversity, plastic use, carbon footprint impact, have to ask the question, should I be using more plastic or more other materials in my packaging in any bigger manner? I'm not saying that's the reason why it should happen only for LMIC patients and not happen for the rest of the world. But that's where, if the World Health Organization, the trade organization were to come together and say, in such circumstances, what matters more is patient convenience or patient uptake than saving biodiversity in a sort of marginal manner, right? And this is a challenge that companies will always bring up, and that may sometimes hurt patients, sometimes it may work for the environment, not work for the environment. I don't know the answer to it. So once again, it's an example of a trade-off where coordination is essential. So not exactly answering your earlier question, but also highlighting the reporting of climate and other related things can't be left. Access reporting, sustainability reporting, governance reporting, that cannot be left to be outside of this trifecta discussion. And that needs to be somehow brought in, because for companies to report on those matters too, whether it is the European Commission or appropriate US authorities around this in the future and so on, it cannot be decoupled from what we are discussing here. So anyway, so something around that, and that it holds true for carbon footprint reporting as well. So that's another area where information exchange and coordination may be important.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that's sustainable development is all about trade-offs. Frederick, two critical prerequisites for expanding manufacturing capacity are sustainable business models for the regional manufacturers and having the capacity to do their own research and development to develop relevant vaccines in the region. And in your view, what are some of the difficult questions that countries start to address when they come into this, if they really wish to move from high-level political commitment to action, which was the call that was made to us this morning?
Yeah, thank you, John. I think we've touched on quite a few of them already. I think there are three sort of main categories. One is the coordination issue we've talked about. The other is, I think, around finance. And the third is, which I think Jeremy Farrar touched on, the interplay between manufacturing and research and development, as your question alludes to as well. I think, in terms of coordination, I mentioned some of them. I don't have answers, but how do countries, what's the mechanism and who will drive countries towards some sort of rational agreements as to who will cut the ribbons and build new manufacturing sites and who will sort of stand back and not do that? I think, and what's the mix of the types of, in my case, vaccine manufacturing sites that will be established? So there are a number of sort of more technical questions related to that. I think on the finance side, the big issue is that we assume, and reasonably so, I think everybody assumes that costs will go up when you do a regionalized manufacturing compared to a global market situation. And so what is an acceptable price premium? Who will actually put the money on the table? Will the countries themselves be able and willing to do that? Where will that financing come from? And particularly in this global context of so many other requirements regarding both the climate and conflict and other things to put our money towards. And then I think the last piece is also, we haven't touched so much on that, but I think I understand Jeremy Farrar talked about sort of the innovation ecosystem or research and development ecosystem, which is really critical in terms of securing manufacturing capacities over a long time. I don't think there are many global examples of countries who have successfully established manufacturing without also having a good R&D ecosystem. And so we have to sort of include those needs, both sort of from a political policy and financing perspective as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Camille, I'd like to ask you to please walk us a little bit through the recent shift towards more inclusive business models that are used to enhance access to NCD treatments, and what would be some of the key factors that are needed to bring these inclusive business models up to scale effectively.
Yes, and I mean, as you rightly pointed out, this is definitely a trend we see from the originator company taking those inclusive business model and trying to reach those underserved population. One key element of those model is partnership. I think this is kind of a key theme here today, but partnership with local stakeholders. Because those models need to be informed and companies need to offer like tailored approaches to the different contexts, right? Like something that will work for South Africa will not specifically work for Brazil, for example. And engaging like at the local level specifically with government, this is something we see companies do when they engage in those models, signing MOU with governments, again, help them inform and refine those models and tailor them to the local need, but also to the country priority. And I think that applies to also local manufacturing and tech transfer. Again, it has been touched on that when doing tech transfer, it needs to address local priority and it needs to address demand that's on the ground to be sustainable. I think another factor also is looking at the holistic picture and not looking at strategy in silos. So again, inclusive business model is one, tech transfer is one, but what we look for pharma companies is really like coming and looking what works best and use like a range of strategy to address like the problem of access. So again, looking further than the tech transfer, also what can you do, even if it's not your primary responsibility, but to improve the supply chain down the line, because indeed the medicine need to reach the patient once it's out of the factory. So again, look at the global picture and how you can bring your medicine to the patient that need them. And to my point earlier also, when launching such initiative, setting targets and measurable targets is important. And reporting on them, again, will help like all the actors on the ground to help and refine, but also in light of the coordination, having those data, I think is crucial.
Thank you very much. Let me turn to Krista. And so we've been talking about sustainable business models, right? And there seems to be maybe an inherent tension between the two objectives. On the one hand, lower prices, competition, and then on the other, ensuring a diversified, sustainable supply chain at the regional level. How can we achieve both, meaning affordability without compromising the broader goal of strengthening local and regional production?
Thank you, Johanna. I think this question has everything to do with Prashant's interventions over the last hour and a half. And because it's not a potential tension, it is an actual tension. And we observe that very much because it's the context of having, if we're just talking about insulin right now, we have the context of a global dominance of 3 corporations with massive manufacturing capacity that the biosimilar companies just simply cannot match on output, volume, price, etc. So you have then 2 models. You have that model of global dominance without the capacity kind of apparently to supply everybody who needs. And then they have contract manufacturing agreements that don't seem fit for purpose. So you have like Novo and Aspen has a contract manufacturing agreement to produce human insulin in vials in South Africa, which is not what the public health system needs for South Africans, as per the Department of Health. So you have these contract manufacturing entities that do not appear to be fit for purpose, or you have the biosimilar companies who are producing, so Biocon in India, for example, that if they were to be supported, they would have to be subsidized by the government because their prices will never be as low given the huge outputs of the big pharmaceutical corporations right now. So those are decisions that have to be made. Where does the government want to put their support? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Krista. I really clear response. And maybe to finish off the last question, I'd like to ask Stavros. So, you've talked about the 4-point plan, and maybe you could touch upon one issue is, what is needed to effectively transfer technology and know-how? And what role would you attribute to intellectual property rights in that context?
Okay, thanks very much. So again, I'm going to preface, and I'm acutely aware we have a minute and a half left. So I'm just going to preface my response by making one very obvious comment, but I do need to make it. With the explosion of NCDs, the rising tide of NCDs, as we call it on the continent, biologics and biosimilars are going to play a more important role. There was some cursory mention of GLP-1s earlier. So what we're trying to solve for here is a model that enables, aids, abets local or regional or continental manufacture for biologics, which is not an easy thing to do. And we're not going to see the levels of price reductions we saw with antiretrovirals. The antiretrovirals, most of the costs sat in the API, and you could get as much as a 95% reduction in price through generics and multiple voluntary licensing, etc. I don't think we're going to see that same level of reduction. We can certainly aim for it, but I don't know that we're going to get there. So what we're aiming to solve for here is establishing local capabilities and capacities so that you have got security of supply on the continent. And security of supply is the only way you can get health security. So health security in this context for us means creating an environment that enables sustainable supply, as sustainable manufacturing, as I said earlier. Now let me just lastly cover the area of what do we need, or what is a model that is fit for purpose for technology transfer. Because you're right, you can land up contract manufacturing something that is not relevant to that country. But what you need, though, is you need to fill capacities on the continent so that you sustain manufacturing. So I wanted to just, I agreed with everything our MSF colleagues said, but I wanted to just clarify this point. To sustain manufacture on the continent, you need to fill the capacities. And you've got to fill it with whatever you can get. Insulin, if it's human insulin, you've got to do that. Otherwise, you shut down. It's as simple as that. So what we rather need to do here is we need to change the procurement mechanism, as I said, so you get the volume throughput. You get economies of scale. Economies of scale is what is going to make Africa competitive, globally competitive. And the fit for purpose technology transfer model, as I indicated earlier, should include what I'm calling the bells and whistles in a tech transfer. The bells and whistles are the know-how transfer, the intellectual data transfer. So this includes bioequivalent study data and the likes thereof. What you should really only have to do is do your stability data for that particular zone that you are operating in or selling to. So that for me, if we resolve a couple of these issues and we implement some of these interventions, then I think we can turn the tide against NCDs. We can start diminishing trade imbalances on the continent, and we can start saving patients' lives. Thanks very much. It's been a wonderful pleasure. And next time I will certainly try and be there in person. Then I can hear the whole conversation. But it's been a wonderful and very necessary engagement, and I hope it will grow from here, and wish you all very well. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Stavros. I think I agree with you. As Dr. Farah said, you know, we have reason and we should be hopeful about the future. And this is a little bit how I'm coming out of this panel and this conversation. I recognize hard questions were answered. Hard questions were answered, and we received hard answers on some of these issues. But underlying all that, I think we heard a lot of proposals and solutions to some of these hard problems. So the question, especially on coordination that I asked is, you know, how do we get to from the policy to the action? And I hope that the third panel can help us a little bit more with that. Edward?
Well, thank you very much, Johanna and panelists, for what was an illuminating session. And also, Johanna, for navigating us through this complex and challenging issues. So we now have the pleasure to hand over to the next moderator, who is the Assistant Director General, Edward Kwakwa. Edward is just on his way to the podium and in charge of the global challenges and partnerships sector at WIPO. And he has kindly agreed to moderate the last session for today, which will focus on promoting innovation and access to NCD technologies. So thank you very much.
Can they see the red or are you a sorry? Oh, no, they can't sit on it. Great. Sorry, this.
So Excellencies, distinguished panelists, just so we don't run out of time while we figure ourselves, let me already get going. Thanks a lot. You heard our work has been cut out for us as the final panel for today. And I think we all acknowledge that non-communicable diseases are in fact a global challenge that impact lives all around the globe. In fact, in the course of today, let me frankly say we've heard discouraging, almost frightening statistics, and I'm personally very worried, having heard what I've heard so far. But that's why my panel is going to give us all the solutions to the problems we have. In my view, and this is my view, based on what we've heard today, the purpose of our efforts, and our efforts include, in particular, this final session, as per the task given us by Deputy Director General Johanna, should be how to ensure that non-communicable diseases related problems have effective and tailor-made solutions. And let me start by noting that each disease within the NCD spectrum is unique, although a lot of them have threads that bind them together. First, they are often long-term, and they often require sustained treatment, sustained care, and they require resources. Second, patients living with NCDs also have lowered immunity, which almost invariably makes them more susceptible to communicable diseases. We've seen it with tuberculosis. We've seen it with the influenza. We saw it with COVID-19, which also led to a dramatic rise in mental health conditions, a dramatic rise. And that's an area which is often neglected when we talk about global health challenges. So just to save time, let me jump straight to IP. And I'm from the World Intellectual Property Organization, so it shouldn't surprise you to see I'm jumping straight to IP. I'm jumping straight to IP just because our panel is the way forward, promoting innovation and access to health technologies for NCDs. Now, I mention IP just because I think too often debates about IP are cast in terms where one side advocates for increasing IP protection and the other side advocates for greater flexibilities. But I don't think IP is part of a zero-sum game. And it's, in fact, a refined right that requires nuanced strategies. It requires balanced adoption. The truth is, and this is my view, we need a strong IP system that simultaneously promotes innovation while it ensures access. But I'm just a moderator. You don't need to know my views, so let me turn to my panelists. I have 4 distinguished panelists, and they will each speak for 8 to 10 minutes. 10 minutes likely being the point at which I'll start giving them rude stares. So first we have Dr. Padmashri Sampath, and Dr. Padmashri is Chief Executive Officer of the African Pharmaceutical Technology Foundation. Next to her, we'll have online with us Ms. Salome Meyer, who is an advocate at the Cancer Alliance, South Africa. Third will be Ms. Priya Darshini, Chief Innovation Officer, Duo Pharma, based in Malaysia. And then we have Mr. Paul Burkard, who's an associate vice president at Eli Lilly. And last but not the least will be Mr. Esteban Baron, head of policy, strategy, and market access, medicines, patent pool. Dr. Padmashri, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ADG. First of all, let me thank the organizers for this very timely meeting and for inviting me to this meeting. So I'm going to speak on rising burden of NCDs in Africa and why we need more innovation and production. Next slide, please. So I'm an economist, so I have to necessarily start with numbers. So bear with me because we've heard a lot of numbers today, but I'm just going to contextualize that to the African sort of context. So in this slide, I just want to make the case of how far-reaching the issues of non-communicable diseases is in Africa. The figure shows really the daily adjusted life years calculation from 1990 to 2017, where it has increased rapidly, the DALYs for NCDs from 90.6 million to 151.3 million, which was a 67% increase. And if you take just diabetes, it increased in the same period for 126.4. And we can put with this figure the numbers that we've been hearing today, what's going to happen to NCDs in Africa until 2030 and what's going to happen to 2050. That should give us a very clear picture of how severe NCDs are in the African context. Now, total burden of disease has increased at the same time, just as maternal, neonatal, and nutritional disease burden decreased. And I don't want to have the figures here today, but really it corresponds also to the kinds of investments we've been making in those parallel categories, first under the Millennium Development Goals, and after that, when we started to look at certain disease categories in infectious diseases for treatment, prevention, and cure. And in some African countries in 2022, most of the deaths, 50% and 88% of the deaths in 7 countries was due to non-communicable diseases, according to WHO's own calculations. Next slide, please. Now, what is the reason for this? Now, in this slide, I have actually the market size and actual spends on non-communicable diseases in different countries. It's a mix of African, Asian, and other countries. So if you see, for instance, Republic of Benin, the estimated market size is actually 814 million US dollars for non-communicable diseases. But the actual market spend is just $29 million. So the market demand gap just in Benin is 785 million US dollars. The same thing, for instance, if you come down and look at Congo, market size is 371 million US dollars. The spend is just 39. So there's 332 million US dollars. And this goes to speak to the point that we've been discussing repeatedly since this morning. It's not just a question of not having a market. It's a question of aggregating the market and using procurement as an innovation incentive to facilitate actually this market for non-communicable diseases and medicines for non-communicable diseases to happen in Africa. Now, next slide, please. You know, existing studies on access to non-communicable diseases in Africa, they show almost the same thing that we know from studies on access to medicines for other diseases, which is that availability is higher in private for-profit drug outlets when compared to sort of public outlets or not-for-profit outlets. Generics are more prevalent than branded drugs or innovative products. Large price variations exist between the same product categories depending on where you go to purchase your medicine. There are huge time lags in availability of new and innovative products. Sometimes they're not even introduced because of difficulties in obtaining registration and also because of small market sizes. There are stockouts, right? Okay, next slide, please. Now, this again shows you the market demand gap in terms of comparison between different regions, and also shows you actually on the right side what the correlation is between mortality rate and the amount of money spent on care. What really this makes the point is that Africa still continues to have the largest market demand gap. And plus, for every extra dollar spent, you see reduction in actually mortality from NCDs, which makes the point that we not only need to take into account the full market size and try to consider that while incentivizing NCDs availability in Africa, we also need to start looking at how every dollar can be spent in a more effective and efficient way to reduce the mortality rate. Of course, the NCD affordability or availability in Africa changes a number of things because it's about a very delicate interaction between availability of medicines and health system dynamics. So what happens is that when you have NCDs affordability or accessibility gaps, you see differences in medication adherence, you see differences in prescribing decisions, you see differences in patient choices of health facility, you see differences in patient satisfaction, care-seeking behavior, referral patterns, which actually my colleague from Africa CDC mentioned this morning. You also see differences and difficulties in compliance with treatment guidelines and health outcomes. You also see that unaffordable medicines in the formal sector increases actually demand for substandard and falsified medicines on the whole in the African continent. So if we want to solve all of these interrelated problems, we really need to think about how to structurally address these gaps. Next slide, please. I have a very brief situation appraisal here just to show that pharmaceutical products have for a very long time made up for most of the imports in Africa. Here is a figure of 2020 that shows that. But basically, medicaments with mixed or unmixed products for therapeutics make up the largest deficit despite these imports, representing imports of measured dose or finished packaged drugs typically for retail sale. This situation has worsened after COVID-19, and pharmaceutical production ownership in Africa is majorly foreign owned, and they basically do not produce in Africa, and the importation of drugs to treat NCDs through the subsidiary system is actually very low. In fact, actually, over the last 18 to 24 months, we've actually seen a widespread exodus of many multinational companies from several African countries, for example, Nigeria. Instead of expanding production and moving into new product categories, we actually see a departure of several pharmaceutical companies in several African countries, which is a worrisome trend. But we also see some new promising partnerships like Eli Lilly and Eva Pharma in Egypt, for instance. But this is not enough. We have a long way to go, and we have much more ground to cover because we're just talking about pharmaceuticals. We have to move into diagnostics, therapeutics, and so on, right? So next slide, please. Now, in this slide, I'm just showing you really sort of schematically describing where we have local production in Africa today and what sustainable regional production would mean actually from an African perspective. Sustainable regional production is not really about generics production if you want to sustain it for the region and build it. So in this figure, for instance, where you have the green dots or symbols, it's where you have current vaccine capacity. Where you have the orange is anticipated vaccine capacity, and the black is the drug production capacity. Despite this, and by the way, a lot of this has grown since COVID. So we're talking about really a post-COVID scenario where a number of investments have expanded. But despite this, there is a very small share of the production which is really about drug substance, and even less is really about innovation, which goes beyond vaccines. Now, a colleague made the point, and I think it's absolutely true, that vaccines are expanding. We're not only talking about preventative, but we are talking about vaccines for therapeutic care. And this is good, this expansion of vaccine for uses for different diseases. But for Africa to benefit from that, we actually need to move from a focus on fill and finish to really sort of drug substance production and looking at vaccine innovation itself. We also see that most of the vaccines that are being now planned for the continent are focused on communicable diseases, and other products are not the focus of this expanded innovation or production capacity. So for Africa to move from production up the value chain, you need to start thinking about freedom to operate. You need a greater focus on innovation. You need products that are well adapted and suited to Africa's health profile, which are under-focused until now, particularly non-communicable diseases, right? We also need actually a focus on supply chains. And I think that it's very important to start thinking about supply chains from the perspective of a cost of goods analysis. So a lot of the discussion pre-COVID and post-COVID, also in our previous panel, was really about the trade-offs of setting up local production. And one of the key issues there is really looking at what is the cost of goods to produce in Africa, and how do we bring down this cost of goods? Because the price of the end product really depends on the price of the goods that go into it. And when we just look at end products, what we do is we make the whole deal about the end products manufacturing. So we are not looking at supply chain and products that could be manufactured in the African ecosystem to bring down the costs of production, of transport, logistics, and so on. And the idea should actually be that we start looking at this in terms of strengthening the supply chain where possible, because everything can't be produced locally, but really where can we produce, what can be produced locally. In a number of African countries, for instance, we have the situation that we don't even have cardboard packaging. It's imported to produce domestic medicines. I mean, these kinds of things can easily be changed if we could have a lot of emphasis on supply chain development within the region as well. So distributed manufacturing has to become a holistic enterprise, really start looking at how do we have distributed manufacturing across the board and also across the spectrum. Next slide, please. But doing this and moving across the board and actually trying to get companies which shift their focus from fill and finish to other activities, particularly innovation activities, calls for a big push. And you need access to technology for manufacturing across the board. You need to start from technology licensing and technology sourcing, working with companies, really African companies, to technology search and transact. You need IP assistance, really, for companies that really want to move into new innovative areas. You need prior art searching and assisting firms to understand the concept of freedom to operate and to understand exactly what needs to be done in terms of finding and transacting for partners. You need to mobilize domestic resources to use technology for innovation. And here I come back to the main theme of this panel, because just producing is not sustainable. So you have to really start also thinking about developing domestic innovation system and R&D system that can actually really respond to domestic needs without relying always on external sources for access. And you need inputs for local companies to technologically upgrade. So really you need to be able to build R&D ecosystems, and you need technological diversification. From this here, I mean, this is very important, and this is something we've seen repeatedly with African companies, especially in the post-COVID scenario. And Nikolai, who was there in the past panel, has been a very ardent advocate of this in African discussions, which is that if you have companies that focus mainly just on one or two products, right? And if something happens to these one or two products, demand fluctuates, new entrants come in, there's something else, supply chain rupture, and so on and so forth, right? Then this really leads this domestic enterprise to basically break down, have no profits, not being able to recover working capital, and shut down. So technological diversification is not just about really moving into innovation. It's also a very important managerial strategy for companies to diversify risk, to be able to produce several products, to basically also learn a little bit more. So, looking at technological diversification can be horizontal, meaning that you enable companies to produce a large number of products, or it can also be vertical. So you go up, you have backward integration, and you try to help them to value add. And next slide, please. This is where I come in with a little bit of self-promotion, so forgive me for that. We are actually, I want to say to Dr. Teji, who is a friend and colleague, that we are the newest kid on the block in Africa. So we are a newly created regional agency which deals with the technology needs of African pharmaceutical sector. And this is basically what we do. Our vision is to have a true public health value chain. is to really look at how you can move by helping companies to assess their technology needs, to search and transact with partners, to do technology transfer, to move into production, and also think through innovation by not just trying to build innovation capacity within companies, because it is really an arduous task, particularly for companies in low and middle income countries to start thinking about it, but by building the regional innovation ecosystem and increasing collaborative linkages between research institutes, universities, and pharmaceutical companies in the region. Next slide, please. So to change the technology environment in Africa is the overall objective of the agency. We have a few operating principles and intervention principles. And for the intervention principles, we intervene at the firm level. We intervene at the sectoral level to build the sectoral competencies within this sector. So pharmaceutical, chemistry, biotechnology, biology-based sectoral competencies. And we intervene at the regional level, where we help to coordinate critical sectoral infrastructure, and we work towards new impact-driven models of change, and we try to synergize country-level initiatives and work closely also with Africa CDC, the newly created African Medicines Agency, the African Continental Free Trade Area Secretariat, and so on in this endeavor. Next slide, please. So we have three kinds of operational areas. This is what we basically do. So we provide technical assistance in this process for domestic firms in Africa. Any regional member country in Africa can come to us and ask for assistance. And by that, we facilitate access to technology. We co-finance. So we do technology brokering, which means that we co-finance, bringing additional incentives actually for firms to be able to technology transfer. And the final thing we do is what we call impact investing, which is basically we try to actually invest into certain kinds of regional infrastructure, which is very important for the sector to emerge and to grow in Africa, but there is no incentive or capacity from individual companies or individual countries to invest in it. And we do this investment not just on an African perspective, we also do it in sub-regions, so ECOWAS region or East African Community or SADC and so on. So with that, I would like to close, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Padmashri. Two things. First of all, I won't be commenting or summarizing any presentations. I want to make sure we have all our 5 panelists. And secondly, just as a reminder, you actually used up 18 minutes. So I'm not going to be as kind to the next panelists, but I thought I should let you know. And having said that, I will now hand over to our next panelist, who happens to be online and whom I definitely will be unable to hint. You are running out of time. So Salome, you have the floor, please. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you kindly, Dr. Edward, for that reminder. And to all the delegates, it is indeed an honor to represent a patient voice perspective at this Trilateral Symposium. Thank you for setting the scene with the opening remarks, and Dr. Farrer for the thought-provoking keynote address. Allow me first to honor the late Dr. Whitney Pinkney Atkinson from South Africa, NCD Alliance, who passed away so suddenly and unexpectedly on the 22nd of August. She was a fierce access activist that lived with more than 20 NCDs since birth and never enjoyed the privileges and benefits of health insurance. Despite her most productive years being affected by her multiple debilitating chronic conditions, she persisted in her advocacy for a better quality of life and access to appropriate diagnostics and treatment amongst all NCDs, especially those who are most vulnerable locally and globally. Aluta continua, as she always signed her communications. Next slide. NCDs have been around for far longer than HIV. Affordable insulin access for diabetes, as one example, has been problematic for many years. and recent advocacy initiatives, as we heard by MSF globally and locally, remind us of the inequities that persist. It is now the time to invest in NCDs in the same manner that we did for HIV, TB, and malaria, as the same people who are affected with these will inevitably also be diagnosed and live with a variety of NCDs. Next slide, please. Access to health is a basic human right. We can no longer ignore that. The World Health Organization report, Health for All, Transforming Economies to Deliver What Matter in 2023, highlighted that although 140 countries recognize this right, only 4 countries mention how to finance the legal and financial commitments to human rights. It is time to walk the talk and focus on equity and justice. Next slide, please. We know that NCDs are on the rise globally, and however, the increase in Africa is alarming. This is further coupled with the lack of an integrated approach, like we've heard earlier on in terms of the silo approach, across the various health systems to ensure that people living with HIV are diagnosed and managed at an early stage for comorbidities. We need to ensure that our health systems adopt the life-saving technologies for diagnostics and treatments that are now available. Access is not only about availability and affordability. It is a shared responsibility between pharma and policymakers. Next slide. We are in the midst of the 4th industrial revolution. Africa is not a forgotten continent that is the poor child. We need to respect the abilities of each region and customize access and care. There are many aspects that we need to take cognizance of. When it comes to pharmacological treatment, innovation is not something fancy for high-income countries, but it has the potential to simplify the delivery of care and provide it at a more affordable cost for the health system and the patients in LMICs. Hence, it needs to be prioritized. For example, oral chemotherapy versus injectable, or even just IV versus subcutaneous formulations. We even see it with the latest medicines for obesity. Leapfrogging, we, the global health community, need to focus our efforts and the few resources on the best available treatments and technologies for patients, the standard of cares in LMICs. It doesn't make any sense if investing in technologies and medicines that are no longer in use in high-income countries. If we need to build something from scratch, why do we want to waste time and money on old stuff? It has worked for mobile phones. Who has landlines in Africa? But who has mobile phones? Why should we focus on landlines or old cytotoxic medicines if mobile phones or immunotherapies are already available? There are so many new exciting opportunities already happening, such as theranostics, which is the combination of using one radioactive drug to identify or diagnose and a second radioactive drug to deliver therapy to treat the main tumor and many metastatic tumors. If we use trastuzumab as an example for treating breast cancer patients, add local manufacturing of this monoclonal antibody to the mix with pooled procurement, we have a win-win. However, it will require an all-of-government approach that includes all sectors. But policymakers in low-middle income countries need to show a good level of maturity to engage in serious conversations on how to make this happen, starting from a thorough definition of priorities that challenge the mere status quo. Next slide. We need to rethink the patent system, as it can offer some opportunities to achieve equity in access for all. These can include tighter control on evergreening of patents that result in extending exclusivity beyond the patent term, create incentives that could be used for companies to commit to licensing and transferring technology, and this can be linked to make the last 5 years of patent exclusivity more palatable. Investing on tech transfer and local regional drug manufacturing represents an opportunity to invest in countries' health and industrial development at the same time. But this needs to come with a clear commitment of countries to procure drug manufacturing locally, which might come at a premium price. We also need to be aware that local production doesn't mean cheap production, but that prices of medicines manufactured locally and regionally are often higher. However, the perspective needs to be comprehensive and see also that the economic and industrial benefits of this investment to make sure that countries procure the medicines manufactured locally, even if they come at a higher price. And my last slide. Together means all of us. It is not one without the other. It is a collective decision and actions. We cannot make decisions about patients without them. We have the opportunity to make the difference. Let's walk the talk for NCDs in the same way we did for HIV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Salome. Now I hand over to Ms. Priya Darshini, right next to me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here today. And I'll try to finish it within 8 minutes. Next slide. I think you can go straight to the third slide. Yes. So, good day, everyone. And I look forward to engaging with you today. And I'll be touching a little bit more from the perspective of the Malaysian experience, as well as to, as you know, Dua Pharma is a local manufacturer. So to actually touch upon our experience and to sort of touch on the issues and challenges as a homegrown local pharma company. And so before I go into the issues, maybe I'll just share a little bit on the Malaysian NCD landscape. And you would see the common NCDs. You see diabetes as the leading cause of death. And then you also go in and you see cancer statistics. And the top is breast cancer, colorectal, followed by lung, trachea, and bronchus. So you see this, I think, across many different countries. And in ASEAN, you'd probably see, again, diabetes, cardiovascular. And the government has been working, I think, for the last decade or so. And we have a lot of initiatives from the government to manage NCDs and basically to look into strengthening the governance and partnerships between multi-sectoral collaborations to reduce risk factors. You would have, there's the National Strategic Plan for Active Living. You have the National Strategic Plan for Tobacco Control, and all of these things are being put in place. But I think but it continues to rise, the number of cases that we see. And it is important to actually look at how the local companies can actually participate and work and be able to localize some of these technologies to reduce the burden, the healthcare burden. Next slide. Okay, so now again, just to introduce a bit about the company. So Duo Pharma has been around for more than 4 decades now. We are 46 years old this year. We started off as a generic pharmaceutical company. And then in the last 10 years, we've pioneered into biosimilars, oncology treatments, and we have always been in the space of healthcare supplements for more than a decade. And alongside new ventures, we are also looking into prevention and also looking at medical screening. But the key growth areas for us, of course, to support the business as well as the country and moving forward beyond Malaysia is, of course, we're focusing on oncology and biologics. We were one of the first to set up a cytotoxic facility to manufacture oncology products in the country. We were also one of the first companies to actually embark on doing a biosimilar phase 3 clinical trial in Malaysia for erythropoietin. So if you look at NCDs, of course, diabetes is number one. With that, you would have renal failure. The number of cases that we have seen is been going up. We have, like, if you look at dialysis patients, you would have about 9,000 new patients every year. And Malaysia as a country, we only have a population of 35 million people. And then you look at the number of dialysis clinics, we have about 1,000 private dialysis clinics. It's huge and continues to grow. And this is a huge healthcare burden, as well as you look at 9,000 families being burdened with this, so every year. So that happens. And then we've also looked into various different partnerships globally. We look at the way we have actually grown over the last 10 years in oncology and biologics has always been through partnerships. We have not actually had any active foreign direct investments happening into the country. Most of the investments in the pharma industry has been driven by the local pharma companies. Duo Pharma in the last 5 years have invested around about 100 million US, about 100 million US in the various different facilities. One of it being the oncology facility, and we have also invested in our OSD facility to be able to meet international standards so that we can actually explore going beyond Malaysia. And we were also one of the first Malaysian company to operate an effervescence technology facility. And this is just a healthcare supplement that you put into water, and it took us so many years to have it, right? So we are talking about very simple things, and you look at it, and it is actually a humidity issue. Just having a manufacturing technology to be able to manage, because as you know, Malaysia is a tropical country, and to be able to have that, while we were the number one company that was selling vitamin C effervescence tablets, we were actually importing it for over 8 years before we actually localized it. In the last 7 years, we've been able to do it locally. But all that takes time, and how do we do that, right? So that's been, we have grown, and we've grown well, but it's been in stages, and the timing has been very, very slow. But just to give you an example, impact to the country, impact of locally manufactured products, specifically through the oncology facility, is that with just one product, we saw a total cost savings to the government over 95%. And this is a generic product. If there was no generic in the market, the product will continue to be at a higher price. So this helped. And then we also realized that year on year, the tender volume actually grew by 57% because now it was far more affordable. They treated more people. More people were probably going into the public healthcare system as well. As it was growing, it was able to support. So all this actually happened through partnerships and collaborative efforts with various different companies. But these were not the 20 companies that one of our fellow colleagues actually presented earlier. So these were the smaller companies out of Korea, out of India, out of China, out of the US that we had to work, we worked with over the last 7 to 10 years. Okay, next slide, please. So the Malaysian experience, some of the key challenges, I think when I'm looking at product development, and I always have this dual challenge of protecting um, intellectual property and ensuring that healthcare remains affordable. So because the moment we are a local company, we are expected to be affordable. And how do we actually manage that? Always becomes a challenge. And of course, scale, biggest challenge with a very small company, sorry, small country. And we have a high reliance on partners. So even though we have those partners, technology partners, some projects take about 5 to 7 years, from freedom to operate to the whole value chain till we actually have the product registered. Our oncology journey took us 7 years. Our biosimilar journey took us 8 years. One product. How many can we do? How many can countries, smaller countries, be able to do without actually having some form of guidance or collaborative efforts to really manage some of the key issues that we spoke about earlier? And also commitment, and I think Dr. Prashant mentioned earlier, it's not just about finding the funding and having the right policy, it's also having the right people. Because you need to have the right people driving these projects throughout and not getting, that fatigue sets in. If you're going through a project in 7 years long and every 3 steps forward, you have 5 other issues that you're managing, fatigue will set in. And so you need to have, a good team. And I think in Duo Pharma, we managed that because most of our management teams stayed on for many, many years to see through some of the key projects. We were able to retain talent over the years, and of course, looking at and also going into technology transfers with some of the innovators. The investments into just the technology portion or the licensing portion is prohibitive. It's extremely high for a market that is small with many different criterias, royalties, profit sharing, and then sometimes it just feels like, are you really serious about this? So that becomes tough. So, and then of course, we are not only looking at IP, we are looking at regulatory standards as well. Okay, next. This is just an example for, for everyone to probably look at later on, but just given, everybody says, look at regional manufacturing, right? So when I want to go into regional manufacturing, I have to do extensive legal evaluations because I have to look at Malaysia, I have to look at Singapore, I have to look at ASEAN. So that's 10 different freedom to operate opinion. That alone takes a whole lot of, I think takes a big chunk out of my my investment. And then, of course, I've got to evaluate the technology because if you look at MABs, if you look at oncology, there are many different technology to make a product. So I have to also assess to ensure that it doesn't become obsolete once we localize it or there's no way to grow it beyond that. So that's another. So the timeline is, it takes the timeline even before we start takes a long, long time. So how can we now work collaboratively to actually help companies in this sector? Yeah, thanks. Next slide. So I think this is my last slide, and I hope I'm keeping to time. And so I think again, I think I want to stress the importance of collaboration, be it the procurement agencies or the different agencies. We have to work together. Strong technology partnerships with commitments has to be in place. And then also to look at the ability to leverage technical support from key organizations such as WHO, WTO, WIPO, to empower developing nations and small companies such as Pharma, and to align internationally to develop a sustainable framework to facilitate global collaboration across developing and developed nations. And I think alongside Malaysia's commitment, we are also committed to work together with partners and be able to localize innovation, as well as to see how we could actually speed up the process and ensure equitable access. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Priya. Paul, over to you. Oh, Priya, by the way, you did go over time, but that's okay. I'm not saying it.
So, Edward, thanks, Edward. I appreciate it. And I can tell you that I have actually timed this presentation. So if I stick to what I've written down, it should be within 8 minutes. Thanks again for having me here today, and thanks to all three organizations for putting on this symposium. This has been really fascinating. It's been a long and very informative day. It's always hard to go at the end of any program, but especially a program that's been as meaty as this one, where we've heard from so many different people who are real experts, and learned from them. A lot of what I could or would say about NCDs and access has already been said by many of the other speakers in maybe in different ways, but the topics have been covered. So what I'd like to do is to offer an example of steps that our company has taken to address many of the issues and concerns that have been raised by other speakers here today during the symposium. And maybe also to offer some concrete suggestions for how governments, multilateral institutions, and other stakeholders could address some of the challenges we're all working together to face. So addressing the impact of NCDs is a core mission for us at Lilly. Our main therapeutic areas include cardiometabolic health, treating patients with diabetes and obesity, neuroscience, and oncology. At Lilly, we've also established a goal of improving access to quality health care for 30 million people living in resource-limited settings annually by the year 2030, and we're on our way to achieving that goal. Addressing the impact of diabetes has been a core mission for us at Lilly for more than 100 years now. As some of you may know, we were the first company to bring insulin to the market, and we're committed to improving access to essential medicines and other health supplies for people living with diabetes in low and lower middle income settings. We have a long history of providing insulin and other diabetes medications to patients through our nonprofit partners. But beyond these philanthropic measures, we recognize that more work is needed to ensure that there is a sustainable supply of high quality, affordable medicines to meet the growing burden of diabetes and other NCDs and LMICs. We believe that a critical tool to approach this is collaboration with regional companies. And I say regional companies because we've talked on several of the other panels. There's been discussion about the need to have scale, and local companies that have access to regional markets are really important partners for us. These local and regional companies are closer to the market. They have better local infrastructure, and usually they have networks within the market that we simply don't have as a multinational. So in December 2022, just about 2 years ago, we announced an agreement with an Egyptian manufacturer, Eva Pharma, and I think this has been mentioned on a couple of other presentations already. I want to talk about this a little bit. This partnership will provide access to affordable, high-quality insulin to around 1 million people a year across 56 low middle-income countries, mostly on the African continent. Last year, we also launched a new collaboration with Aspen Pharmacare that will allow us to leverage their distribution capabilities to reach even more patients across the African continent. And again, I think that with both of these partnerships, an important issue here is scale. So in addition to insulins, we've expanded our collaboration with Eva to include a collaboration on baricitinib, which is a medicine we produce for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis, alopecia areata, atopic dermatitis, and also COVID-19. And this will reach 49 lower income countries across Africa under this voluntary licensing agreement. We're supplying manufacturing know-how along with technical assistance to supply and manufacture for the treatment of immunological disease across Africa. So these manufacturing partnerships, I think, address many of the recommendations I've heard from other speakers today. Among those are manufacturing for an ongoing need, manufacturing for a regional market to achieve scale, planning ahead to try to address needs that actually exist, and reaching underserved populations. What's most important for us, and I think for everybody working on this, is to improve access to medicines for patients. That's our lodestar. Voluntary manufacturing models can also support other policy goals, including diversification of manufacturing and supply chains and nurturing an innovation ecosystem, which I think is especially important in these environments. So let me also add some suggestions for how this kind of partnership to improve access can be enabled. And I think this is important for the institutions here that have organized the symposium today, because they all have a role to play in this, as do all of us in this room who are stakeholders in addressing NCDs. So we know that medicine is only helpful if it can reach the patients it will benefit the most. Efforts to build regional manufacturing will only succeed if all stakeholders across sectors come together to strengthen IP protection, address gaps in regulatory systems, build healthy markets, and expand access to diagnosis and care. If we don't take care of these critical enabling areas, leveraging a broad coalition of stakeholders, including the WTO, WIPO, the WHO, and many of you here in this room or joining us online, we risk building regional capacity only to have it sit idle or shut down. And so this is something several speakers today have mentioned, the need for a sustainable market in order for local production to succeed. There are a number of things the stakeholders in this room can do to help make a real impact. One of these is protecting intellectual property. This is something Edwin mentioned at the beginning. Protection of intellectual property is essential to encourage innovators to engage in these kind of partnerships. Now, working with a trusted partner under voluntary and mutually agreed terms enables the transfer of critical knowledge and technology. And it enables us to share with our partners our most important assets. This is crucial to encourage innovative companies to do this, and it also stimulates investment in local innovation. I can't overemphasize the importance of speedy regulatory pathways. This is really critical to making this work. Streamlining of national regulatory pathways, particularly by leveraging the World Health Organization and stringent regulatory authorities, can really help drive broader and faster access for patients. Programs such as the EU M4All for SRA approvals and the World Health Organization pre-qualification enable faster and more efficient regulatory approvals and are a giant step in the right direction. And I would note here that our partnership with Eva Pharma, Eva was able to get a registration in less than 2 years due in large part to the pre-qualification program. So another thing that's important that governments and institutions can do is to take steps to develop healthy markets. Upfront financing to support infrastructure and capacity building is important, building a factory. But creating a predictable, sustainable market for locally manufactured products is critical, and I've heard several other speakers talk about this today. Government and financing mechanisms may need to be prepared to pay higher prices for local or regionally produced products at the beginning, at least, in order for these nascent manufacturers to establish themselves in the market. Removal of trade barriers and tariffs, for example, through the African Continental Free Trade Area, can also help ensure affordability and access for patients. Also, to echo a lot of other people, procurement and tender practices should support participation of multiple suppliers and provide local manufacturers with predictable purchase volumes. I think this is really critical. Access to care is also important. Strengthening awareness, diagnosis, and care delivery systems, particularly at the primary healthcare level, will be critical to ensuring locally manufactured products like Eva's insulin reach the patients who actually need it. An analysis by the World Health Organization in 2022 found that less than 50% of people living with diabetes in Africa were aware of their condition. So it's really important that we develop better health systems that are able to diagnose people where they are. So we at Lilly are committed to ensuring that our innovative medicines reach as many patients as possible, as quickly as possible around the world. And we're committed to working with all of you here today to address barriers to this, such as those I've mentioned. Public-private collaborations like this symposium here today are absolutely essential to promoting access to innovation and addressing the NCD burden in the developing world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Can you please confirm I had nothing to do with your statement? I'm joking. Okay.
Which part of this?
The IP protection part. Thank you very much. Esteban, please. Over to you.
Thank you. Is this working now? Yes. Thank you very much, Edward, and thank you to the organizers for having us here and for the opportunity to say a few words. Really trying to think through, the question that had been put to us, and trying to think, looking forward and thinking ahead of what we can do differently, what's not working in NCDs, and what can we learn from experiences perhaps in other areas. So that's really what I wanted to focus on here. If we have the next slide, please. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the Medicines Patent Pool, we're a public health organization based here in Geneva. We work on voluntary licensing and technology transfer to support manufacturer to develop affordable versions of new technology, new treatments, new health products, so that they can reach the people who need them faster at more affordable prices. And we started doing that back in 2010, focusing initially on HIV, gradually expanding to other infectious diseases, and later on into non-communicable diseases. We're now active across a whole range of different products, and have built coalitions and working in partnership with a whole range of different partners in the field of oncology, for example. We're working very closely with the Union for International Cancer Control and many other partners around what is called the ATOM, the Access to Oncology Medicines Coalition, and that is really trying to bring together a whole range of stakeholders, including industry, to try and address the multiple challenges that there are in relation to cancer treatment. But of course, it's not just about having access to the medicine, but it's a whole range of package of care that is required to be able to diagnose, treat people with various different cancers. So as I said, we're now working on different diseases, but also working in relation to different types of technologies. Mostly have worked around small molecules, but also increasingly working around biologics, very active together with the WHO, co-convening what is called the mRNA Technology Transfer Program, which is supporting the development of manufacturing capacity for mRNA-based products across a wide 14 or 15 actually low and middle income countries, with a strong focus in South Africa to develop that technology and then transferring that across multiple LMICs. So this was just briefly to give you a sense of what MPP is and what we do. Now we move on to the next slide. I wanted to really dive into the issue here that was put to us. So the first statement, which is I think in some respects mirrors what Jeremy was saying this morning. We are in a golden age of science. And I think one way to look at that, and it's certainly not the only way, but one way to look at that is the number of new drug approvals we've seen at the US Food and Drug Administration, where many of the key new therapeutics are likely to be registered. And so you see quite a significant increase over the last 3 decades in the number of new drug approvals. Vast majority of those relate to non-communicable diseases. And this is probably no surprise to most people here. So innovation is thriving in many respects. And of course, we have different kind, increasing complexity of innovation. Monoclonal antibodies have been around for some time, but increasingly are a large share of new drug approvals. Antibody drug conjugates, mRNA-based products, cell therapies, gene therapies, etc. So really increasing complexity for many of these products. And we really have to be thinking, when we're talking about access, how do we get it right for products of increasing complexity to develop, to manufacture, but also at times to use, to diagnose for, etc. So that's something that we certainly have to be thinking about carefully. Next slide. So if innovation in some respects is thriving, next question is this innovation reaching people that need it in low and middle income countries? And recently came across this very recent paper, which was, I think, captured what many of us have been seeing over many years, but really managed to put numbers to it, which I thought was really important as we're talking about this, to be able to use data to back up some of the concerns that we're seeing. So the authors in this paper looked at a series of drugs from the 1980s all the way up to 2023, medicines that were included in the WHO essential medicines list. What's important about this is that they're not looking at any drug that gets approved, but really focusing at those that turned out to be essential as per WHO, which really means that they meet the priority health needs of the countries and that should be available, affordable at all times to all people. That's really the definition WHO provides to what essential medicines is. And they actually excluded HIV, TB, and malaria, which are the areas where we often focus on a lot so it doesn't just include non-communicable disease. Of course, there are other infectious diseases that are captured in the data that they looked at. Now, what's interesting to see is the time until the first launch of these essential medicines and how that varied depending on the level of income of different countries, the disease area, etc. And you can see quite a significant lag for availability of new treatments in low and middle income countries and low income countries. And in some countries over 10 years for treatments as new essential medicines really to reach people. So the standard of care being very different in countries depending on also, and this is not even talking about whether these products are accessed, are affordable, are reaching the people. We're only looking at the launch and time until the product is actually first launched in a country. And for some NCDs like cancer, the timelines are even longer. And we also see that the difference in time to launch is actually increasing over time, even though the actual number of years is decreasing. The difference between high-income countries and low and middle-income countries is increasing. So this, to me, it was very interesting to see this dynamic. And the reason it was very interesting is because we were seeing something very similar many years ago in other disease areas. If you have the next slide, please. So what was going on in infectious diseases was not that different, say 15 years ago. The standard of care being very different, kinds of drugs that were available, affordable, and accessible in most low and middle income countries were drugs that had very challenging side effects, at times had important or much less effective in some cases, and than those that perhaps were available in the high income countries. And we saw quite a significant time lag from the moment a new drug was launched in high income countries until we had those drugs reaching people that need them in low and middle income countries. And here I'm comparing two drugs. I don't want to name them because this is not about specific drugs, it's not about specific strategies, but it really is about what we've seen, the trend we've seen. And we've managed to narrow this down massively. Drugs in HIV, medicines within 3-4 years for small molecules, perhaps a bit longer for slightly more complex drugs, but reaching large number of people in low and middle income countries at very affordable prices. And so it is possible to do this. It has been done. And really, there's no reason I think we should accept the fact that that new medicines that can make a huge difference to people should not be accessible for many, many years, because there are strategies that can enable that to happen. And I think that's really what I want to focus on. Next slide. And really, licensing and technology transfers played a significant role in some of these, in HIV and other infectious diseases, hepatitis C, etc., to really massively accelerate the availability of these drugs. And at MPP, we've over the years developed agreements with 22 innovators. Many of these are large pharmaceutical companies who have partnered with us to really work together and together with large number of manufacturers based in low and middle income countries to make these products available at affordable prices, so available, affordable, at the volumes that are needed to meet demand, with a stable supply security and of quality. All our licensing agreements require have strong quality assurance requirements in there. And today we have seen 44 billion doses of treatments. This 44 billion with a B doses of treatment in over 140 countries have been supplied since 2010 when the MPP was established through all these collaborations. I do want to say this is not MPP, certainly not on its own. It's not just the pharmaceutical industry, both innovators and generics that we work with, but it's all the other range of partners that we work with, and that's absolutely critical. The patient groups, the community groups on the ground demanding access, working with the governments, the healthcare workers, the procurement agencies, the regulators, et cetera, et cetera. So this really is a massive endeavor across multiple partners. But what this has done is really changed that dynamic. We don't have to wait those 9 years for technologies that can save lives to reach people in low and middle income countries. We can do that much faster, but it does require these kinds of strategies. And if licensing is done early, it can enable rapid availability, it can enable affordability, and it can enable volumes, supply security and quality. Next slide. And what we recently worked together with the Boston Consulting Group, really BCG, that worked on a report that many of you here have somehow possibly heard about. In some cases, we're closely involved in the development of that. WIPO colleagues were also followed that process, and many others who are here. And really, the idea was to try and figure out what is voluntary licensing, a rational approach for pharmaceutical companies. Yes, it has a massive impact on access, and we've published multiple articles to show how it's really made a difference in terms of access to patients. But is it also a win-win for pharmaceutical industry? And that's really what was important, because it really requires everybody to be at the table for this to happen. And we've shown, I think this paper, which is of course available on the website, was launched during the World Health Assembly this year, really showed how this can be a strategy that works. That works for all. It is right for health, but it's also smart for business. Next slide. And I think that's it, really. So thank you very much, Edward. Thank you to everybody. I look forward to the discussions.
Thank you very much, Esteban. Yes, we all look forward to discussions, but I just looked at the time and I see it's actually already past 4:15. And my good colleague and collaborator, DDG Hill, is waiting to give her closing remarks. So if it's okay, I would suggest that we plan on continuing the discussion, not in this room, but outside, after we've officially concluded the event. But I say so knowing there are lots of other people who already have a scheduled 5 p.m. meeting. So let me simply say we've all had 5 excellent, very informative presentations on this panel, and I really thank our panelists for it. I'll ask them to give you a round of applause when I'm done. But even I didn't get to ask you questions, so maybe I'll summarize my take on what's been said this afternoon. And for me, I think our path is very clear, even if it's not going to be that easy. Based on what I've heard from the 5 of you, I would say, first of all, our path is such that it's going to require resources. It's going to require financial, technical, infrastructural, and human resources. My second take is that it will require vision, one that looks beyond national borders and recognizes that health is a global issue. Third, and most importantly, it will definitely require actions that are based on cooperation and coordination to commit to a future where intellectual property, but also more broadly, innovation and access go hand in hand. So those are my 3 quick takeaways. And again, we have our work cut out for us. So I would say, let's start that work by having informal discussions. And please join me in giving a big round of applause to our presenters. And again, we thank WTO for graciously hosting us today. And Roga, you want to take over? Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Edward, for steering this very interesting discussion, although unfortunately we didn't have enough time for questions. But as you say, this doesn't mean the end of this session is the end of the discussions, on the contrary. And to conclude today's symposium, Let me now invite our Deputy Director General, Joanna Hill, to make her closing remarks. Please.
Thank you. Let me congratulate you, Edward, and your panel for such a stimulating discussion. It was really, really informative, and I think it really helps wrap up this day. I'm going to try to be really short because I know everyone's tired. I am too. But it has really been an insightful day, and I really want to express gratitude to everyone here, our keynote speaker, insightful panelists, engaged participants. Your contributions have made today a really enriching experience. This morning, our Director Generals converged on the need for collaboration to tackle the mounting burden of NCDs. We need increased investments, policy reform, and a focus on the structural and systemic drivers of health issues. I'd like to share some of the solutions and approaches to tackle NCDs that resonated strongly with me that we have seen throughout the day. One is the important focus on innovation in health technologies and how crucial it is for tackling NCDs. We need to foster an environment that encourages scientific research and development while ensuring that new treatments remain accessible and affordable for all. I also noted that some of these solutions are long-term. As we foster innovative ecosystems and local manufacturing capacities and regional ones in different areas, we should go beyond a one-way transfer of technology and know-how and empower countries and regions to emerge as hubs of innovation and technology. The lessons we have all learned from the COVID-19 pandemic also came up several times during this day, and I'd like to recall some points where most speakers converged. We need to foster science and innovation ecosystems that sustain diversified and sustainable manufacturing capacity of health technologies to ensure equitable access. A lot was also dedicated to the importance of having clarity of objectives of these manufacturing initiatives that we're having and have a lot of clarity on the trade-offs of some of these initiatives. Open and predictable trade rules are essential to enabling new market entrants and smooth global value chains of health technologies. Another key takeaway from this discussion is the need for a holistic approach that integrates multiple perspectives to forge a comprehensive global response. As Dr. Farrar and other experts emphasize, diversifying manufacturing capabilities is pivotal, but such diversification will not yield the expected results if we lack other elements in that formula. Streamlined and efficient custom procedures facilitating imports of active pharmaceutical ingredients, for example. A balanced intellectual property regime that spurs innovation while safeguarding public health, as noted by experts on this panel. Regulatory cooperation and mutual recognition of marketing approvals. And a business-friendly environment encouraging investment in health-related manufacturing facilities. Another key insight for today's discussion is that long-term success of regional manufacturing hinges not just on capacity, but also other overlooked factors such as product mix, flexibility in production assets, and managerial talent. We also dedicated a lot of time to discussing how best to share information. How can we better coordinate, at least on the important area of data, so that those taking decisions at the country or regional level will have a better picture of what is happening in the region and worldwide? I was also very inspired by Dr. Ngozi's message today. She came to this organization at a very difficult time, in the midst of the pandemic. And we forged such important partnerships, long-standing ones, the trilateral ones. Let me say thank you once again to the World Health Organization and to WIPO for the support for this symposium today, but also for the work that we did during those very, very difficult times, and other partnerships that we see here today with the private sector, with civil society, NGOs, and foundations. I think those partnerships are in a good place for us to keep on working together on such an important challenge. Thank you much for spending the day with us, and I hope that you will come back renewed to these discussions as we continue.